We're going to be focusing on Satan, and we're going to be focusing about his past, his present, and his future. And we're going to be diving into it. We're going to be looking at the career of Satan, and so hopefully understanding these concepts that we're going to be talking about tonight, because we're going to be going all over the place, and it's going to be rather mind bending. So just be sensitive to that. It's going to probably stretch your mind. It's probably going to be very thought provoking to you, which is kind of the idea, because we're going to go back in time before the world that we are on right now existed, which is going to be interesting. And it's all going to be all throughout the Bible. We never go anywhere outside the Bible. We live inside the Bible. And so, as per usual, I want you guys to always remember that everything that we talk about here is going to be secondary. This is all secondary to the primary issue. And the primary issue is always going to be how to know for sure you can get to heaven. If you don't know how to know for sure you can get to heaven, then the stuff that we're going to be talking about tonight doesn't matter at all. Sophie, thank you so much. Thank you for the roses. So the question is, how do you get to heaven? Well, the first thing you need to understand is that you are a sinner. In Romans 3:23, Paul lets you know and lets me know very clearly that for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. So there's some bad news for you. He continues on and he says in Romans 6:23, he says, for the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. And so we need to understand that every time, or if you have ever sinned in your entire life, you are under the death penalty, because I've sinned and so is everybody else, according to the Bible. Thank you so much, Catherine. Thank you so much. And so when we understand that we are all sinners, and we understand that we're all under the death penalty, that sounds like all bad news. But in Romans 6:23, there's some good news in there. And it says, for the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. It is through Christ and Christ alone. And this is something that is massive. In Ephesians 2:8-9, Paul continues on and he says, for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. And so it is Christ and Christ alone. Hey, what's up, Henry? How you doing from Ireland? What's up, brother? And so Christ plus nothing is how you get saved. You need to put your faith in Christ and Christ alone. There's a parable in the Gospel of Luke where Jesus gives you this parable. Thank you, Karen. And in the parable, he sees this man coming out of the synagogue, and he can't even look up into heaven. He just lowers his head and he beats on his chest and he says, God, be merciful to me, a sinner. And Jesus' response, thank you, Karen, Jesus' response to him, or to seeing that, he pointed at that man and he said, surely I say to you, that man went back to his house justified. Thank you, Shauna. And so when you understand, hello, Alyssa, hello. And so when you start looking into this idea of justification, it kind of brings up some questions. Janet, thank you so much. Thank you guys. Thank you guys so much for those gifts. Those hearts are awesome. Thank you so much. And so when you dive into this topic of justification, it's just like, well, what does that word even mean? And so it opens up a can of worms. And so I'm going to give you an idea of what being saved is. Thank you, Henry. And so thank you, Suzanne. Thank you guys, man. Thank you. So what is this idea of being saved, the air quotes, being saved? Well, there's different tenses of salvation. There's past tense, there's present tense, and there's future tense. And so you can view it in a way of justification, sanctification, glorification. So justification is something that happens when you put your faith in Jesus Christ. When you when you repent and you ask for forgiveness, and you put your faith in Christ, you become a new creation. That is when you have been justified. And when you have been justified, that is something that happens one time. That happens once. Thank you, Karen. And so it's interesting that it happens one time, because there's people who say you can lose your salvation. I'm one of those who believe if you are born again, you are always that way. If you are a child of God, you are never losing your salvation. I believe if you are saved, you are always saved. And so justification is something, if you're a born again believer right now, justification is what happened when that actually took place. Whether it was yesterday, 5 days ago, a year ago, 20 years ago, it happened one time. Justification happened once. He imputed his righteousness to your account. And so that's why when he looks at you, he sees not your righteousness, because your righteousness is as filthy rags. He sees his righteousness, and his righteousness is everything. And so if you're a born again believer, you have been justified. But then from that moment on, you are going through a process called sanctification. And sanctification is what you're going through right now as we're talking. Sanctification is something that is day by day, moment by moment, second by second. And so I'm going through it right now, you're going through it right now, and that is going to continue until we get home, when we're home with the Lord. And so when we're home with the Lord, we put off these bodies, which I can't wait, and we get new bodies, and those bodies are going to be glorified. And so that's why I say past tense is justification, present tense is sanctification, and future tense is glorification. So you can say, I have been saved, I am currently being saved, and I also will be saved. It is not something that you can lose because you had nothing to do with it to get it in the first place. You can't walk away and not come back and still be saved. Yeah, people who say that they walk away, I would just make the argument that they were never saved to begin with. Rhonda says the Bible mentions blotting out, though. Yeah, that's a good question, Rhonda. The blotting out, we talked about this not too long ago because we just finished the book of Revelation, and there's the idea of people's names being blotted out in Revelation chapter 22. And so the idea that I propose to people, and again, this is my opinion, I would challenge you guys to test all things and hold fast to that which is good. Remember, I mean, you always want to test this, but my belief is that people who have their names blotted out of the book of life, my opinion is that here is the book of life, and everybody who has ever had a heartbeat is in the book of life immediately. Right away, their name is in the book of life. But if they die and they never put their faith in Jesus Christ, then their name is blotted out of the book of life and it's written in the book of works. So there's two books, the book of life and the book of works. Every single person who has ever been alive is in the book of life. But if they reject Jesus and they die, then their name is blotted out and then it's written in the book of life. That is my opinion. So the possibility of having a name being blotted out of the book of life, hey, thank you, Slade, is possible, but it's not possible for those who are born again. It's impossible for those who are born again. That is my opinion. And you can, as per usual, test all things and hold fast to that which is good. We need to be like the Bereans in that they receive the word with all readiness and they search the scriptures daily to find out whether these things were so. And so that is that's good for us to always remember, because I always test people too. Like as I'm scrolling on TikTok, as I'm listening to somebody on YouTube, like I'm like, oh, I disagree with that, and I have my reasons. But like, you know, they're like a big name. There's some big players out there. Like I'm just like a little old me, you know, and I'm just like listening to people who are huge. You know, everybody. If I threw out a name or two, you would all probably recognize their names. And I'm listening to some of these people talk, and I'm constantly hearing what they're saying. I receive it, and then I'm like, well, wait a second, that doesn't add up over here. And it's nothing major most of the time. It's just like secondary stuff, but it's just one of those things where I'm just like, okay, I see this differently. And so this is why it's kind of cool to, you know your stuff, because when you start studying, then you find out something for yourself. You learn it for you, and it's not just somebody else telling you, unless somebody walked you all the way through it, and then you like actually, you know, you looked into it for yourself, and then you make it your own, you know, like, and there's some things that my dad and I will even disagree on, some like very, very few far in between things. But I mean, there's things and I'm just like, well, I kind of see that a little bit differently. And he's like, yeah, it's okay. It's just a secondary issue. And so it's good to remember that there's a chance that you could be wrong and there's a chance that I could be wrong. And when we remember that there's a chance that we both could be wrong, well, then I'm just going to love on you a little bit more, and hopefully you'll love on me a little bit more, because we recognize that it's not about who is right in this secondary issue. It's not about who is smarter, who has more knowledge, because we know knowledge puffs up, but love edifies. And so I often say that I can't wait to get to heaven to find out how wrong I've been. Because, I mean, there's probably a lot of times where I've just been wrong. And so I would like to encourage you to just remember what our mission is. And our mission is never going to change, and that is to tell people about Jesus, because that's what I do know, and that's all I want people to see. And that's why Paul in 1 Corinthians chapter 2, he says, I determined to know nothing among you except Christ and him crucified. Because that is what's all about. I mean, Paul's like, I'm going to lay down my entire resume so that you don't even, when you look at me, I don't want you to even see me. I want you to see Christ, because that's what it's about. And so these things that we're going to be talking about tonight are very, are very fanciful. They're very fanciful. Like these things are very shiny kind of, topics where people just love talking about them because it gets into this demonic, angelic realm. And I don't want you to lose sight of it all, of what the main thing is always going to be, which is Jesus and him crucified. So with that being said, we can go ahead and get started here. Now, I'm sorry that my YouTube is down, the internet. I like that you don't get distracted. Very cool. Well, why do you have a symbol of a on your top? What? Cool clip. Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and do this thing. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We're going to be diving into this topic. And this topic tonight is going to be on Satan. This topic is going to be kind of like a foundation in order for us to dive into the book of Genesis, which is what we talked about earlier. The book of Genesis is where we are going to be getting into very shortly. And so this kind of study is going to help set the pace or set the scene for our understanding as we venture into the book of Genesis. And I also want you guys to understand that it's really kind of cool the way that this kind of just happened. This is unplanned, but we just did the book of Revelation, and I was thinking about it, and I'm like, doing the book of Revelation and then going to Genesis is perfect. Like, that is picture perfect. And so I'm excited that that's actually how it worked out, because I didn't want to do Revelation again. I mean, I did, don't get me wrong, but I wasn't going to. And so when you guys were like, let's do Revelation again, I was like, okay, but now that we just finished the book of Revelation, I think it's going to be a perfect segue into the book of Genesis. And so I'm kind of excited that it worked out that way, because everything is going to be fresh on our minds, and it's going to be something that we can just pull from, because there's going to be a lot of parallels that are in the book of Revelation. And we're going to see that rather clearly if you were here for that study, as we dive into the book of Genesis. But tonight is going to be about the topic of Satan. And so the idea that we're going to be talking about is going to be Satan's career. And Satan's career had a beginning, it has a middle, which is happening right now, and it also has an end. And so we're going to be talking about all of these things. And so let's go ahead and go to the book of Ezekiel chapter 28, if you guys want to go there with me. If you were here for the last study, then you probably know a lot of these things that we're going to be talking about, but we have so much to talk about, and we're going to be going all over the place. And so just buckle up, because this is going to be some interesting kind of conversation. And please, please, please remember that this is secondary stuff. There's a lot of people, as I always say, there's a lot of people out there who have different opinions on this. This is just my opinion, and you can test all things. But in the book of Ezekiel chapter 28 specifically, what you have going on here is we're going to be focusing on Ezekiel chapter 28 verse 1 through 19. But before we get to all of those verses, I need you to understand that Ezekiel chapter 28 verse 1 through 10 is talking specifically, God is talking through Ezekiel. God is talking to the human person on the ground. God is talking to the human prince, the human king of Tyre. He's talking, I want you to picture a dude with a king with a crown on his head. I want you to picture a human being with a crown on. So God is addressing that guy, but he doesn't refer to him as king. In Ezekiel chapter 28 verse 2, he refers to him as prince. Now, this is important to understand, because as we dive into Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 11 and 12, we're going to see God refocusing from the human king to the spiritual king. And the person, it's the power behind the human king. And the power behind the human king is going to be Satan. And so we're going to be looking at two entities, two things. And the first thing that we're going to be looking at is going to be the human person. And that is an individual, just like that has, just like a regular human body. And in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 1, it says this. Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 1, it says, "The word of the Lord came to me again, saying, Son of man, say to the prince of Tyre, thus says the Lord God, because your heart is lifted up, and you say, I am a god, I sit in the seat of gods, in the midst of the seas, yet you are a man and not a god. though you set your heart as the heart of a god. And so you can see right off the bat that God is addressing this human person and he's calling him a prince. But it's important for you and I to understand that he was not a prince, he was an actual king. He was the king of Tyre. Now, God basically demoted him by referring to him with a lesser title. He doesn't call him king because he acknowledges that he's not the true king of Tyre. It's the power behind that human person. And the power behind him was the true king. And so when he's talking to the human, he addresses him as prince. And so God basically demotes him here. But what's going on here in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 1 and 2, where it says, because your heart is lifted up and you say, I am a God, I sit in the seat of gods in the midst of the seas. Basically what's going on here during this time is that this individual king, he basically ran the Mediterranean Sea. He had control of all of the ships. Any ship that wanted to come and dock, he was basically in charge of that. So he had a ton of power. He had a ton of influence. He had a ton of money because he basically controlled the seaport. And so since he controlled that seaport, after a while, he started looking around and he started looking at himself and he's like, I kind of got it going on. He's like, I own all of this. I can control this. I say do this, they do it. And so he started getting very, very prideful in everything that he had. He recognized all of the things that he had and he started to get super puffed up. And so this, obviously has leaven implications, which is why it's called the Feast of Unleavened Bread. And that's why leaven in the Bible is an idiom of sin. And so when you think of leaven, you add leaven to bread because leaven puffs it up. And so that's why it's not a feast of leavened bread, it's a feast of unleavened bread. So it's very flat, it doesn't rise up, it doesn't get puffy or anything like that. But here in Ezekiel chapter 28, you see that this prince of Tyre is being called out by God through Ezekiel, and you're getting a little picture about who this dude is. And he started getting very, very prideful. And what I want you to know about what we're going to be, where this is leading, is that everything that we're talking about, the Prince of Tyre, is going to be applicable to the King of Tyre, or AKA Satan. And so we're talking about the human Prince of Tyre right now, but this storyline that we're getting here mirrors the same thing that applies to Satan. So God, at first, in the first 10 verses, he's addressing the human king, and then in verse 11 through 19, he's addressing Satan. And so you'll be able to see some parallels as we move on here. But in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 3, as we continue reading, in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 3, it says, behold, you are wiser than Daniel. There is no secret that can be hidden from you. With your wisdom and your understanding, you have gained riches for yourself and gathered gold and silver into your treasuries. By your great wisdom in trade, you have increased your riches, and your heart is lifted up because of your riches. Therefore, thus says the Lord God, because you have set your heart as the heart of a God, behold, therefore, I will bring strangers against you, the most terrible of the nations. And they shall draw their swords against the beauty of your wisdom and defile your splendor. They shall throw you down into the pit, and you shall die the death of the slain in the midst of the seas. Will you still say before him who slays you, I am a god? But you shall be a man and not a god, in the hand of him who slays you. You shall die the death of the uncircumcised, by the hand of aliens, for I have spoken, says the Lord. Okay, so those are the verses that are all applicable to the human Prince of Tyre, the actual individual. But it's always good for you and I to remember that all throughout history, we understand the very, very elementary rule about Satan is that we all understand that he's the prince of the power of the air, and he's roaming around, like he's walking back and forth. He's like a roaring lion seeking whom he may devour. But what we need to recognize is that just how there is this Prince of Tyre, Satan was using this person. So this dude got all puffy and all prideful, and Satan was behind, kind of like orchestrating, like a puppeteer. The same thing is still going on in our world today. And that's interesting because we're reading about it and we're like, oh, wow, this happened back then. No, we need to understand that this is still happening today in our world as well. And so it's really fascinating when you think about that, because now all of a sudden, with that in mind, because we're reading about a dude called the Prince of Tyre who had very specific, he had Satan himself influencing him. And that is huge, because this doesn't work all the time. It's not always Satan. But here in Ezekiel chapter 28, it is Satan. A lot of other times, Satan will just send out his generals or his captains or his lieutenants and say, you guys go handle this stuff over here. And so we see a picture of that in Daniel chapter 10, because in Daniel chapter 10, Gabriel was trying to get to Daniel to deliver a message, or I don't think it was Gabriel, maybe it was just a regular angel, I can't remember. But an angel was trying to get to Daniel and to deliver a message, and it took 21 days for that angel to get to Daniel. And so when the angel finally gets to Daniel, the angel is like, hey, Daniel, yeah, I heard you start praying like 21 days ago, and I've been trying to get to you for 21 days, but the Prince of Persia withstood me. And it wasn't until Michael the Archangel showed up to help me that I was able to get here. And so what I want you to be sensitive to is that the Prince of Persia was the demonic prince who was a lieutenant of some kind from Satan's little cohorts. He was the dude who was just like, he was a demon who is, because demons are kind of territorial. So that Prince of Persia is still over there in the Middle East right now. He's still there. There's a different human that's in charge over there, but the Prince of Persia is still manipulating that person. He's still going after that prince. And so these people, these demons, and Satan included, they target certain individuals. And so these demons, they go out and they're doing all these things, and we need to remember that, because that is something that when we look out into our world right now, if I were to ask you, where do you think Satan would be spending most of his time? He's probably not going to be spending most of his time on somebody like me, because I'm not a big player. Like I'm nobody. He's probably spending his time and his energy and his focus on the world leaders. He's like, I need to go after these guys, because if I go after them, then they will affect everybody else under them. And so it's really interesting to see how would you go about it. And so the most bang for your buck, in a sense, would be to focus on the world leaders. And that happened back then to the Prince of Tyre, and it happens right now as well. Hello, Christina, good to see you. And so it's fascinating to kind of, use this kind of information and apply it in our world today, because it's still going on. So anyways, here in Ezekiel chapter 28, in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 7, God basically is saying that he is going to bring strangers against him in the most terrible of the nations. And so when you think about God is prophesying, or Ezekiel is prophesying about somebody who's going to come and destroy the Prince of Tyre, what this is actually alluding to is this is speaking to Alexander the Great. So Alexander the Great was a fierce warrior. This dude was like, one of the things that he said was that his only regret was that there was not more nations to beat. He wanted to conquer everything. He was just going out conquering and conquering and conquering. And so Alexander the Great, basically, anytime he saw a challenge, he would accept that challenge. He didn't care what it was. He's like, I am going to beat everybody. And so he stumbles upon Alexander the Great. He goes out conquering and he's beating everybody. And then he comes upon the city of Tyre, but Tyre had moved out into the water. So Tyre, the city, was out in like a little bit of an island area, and it's very it was something that people could not defeat because it was out in the middle of the waters. It was surrounded by water. So Alexander the Great, comes along and he basically sees the island out there and he's like, I can do this. And so he ends up taking all of the rubble from the previous city and he starts having his guys throw it into the water, and they build a causeway little by little, little by little, little by little, finally getting to the island. And then Alexander the Great and his army, they get across and they take it over and they just destroy everything. And so that was God prophesying about that actually taking place, which is really kind of cool when you actually look into history and you see this. You see all of this rubble still there. It's really kind of cool. But it's interesting how he says that in verse 10. Go to Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 10. In Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 10, God is still talking to the prince of Tyre here, but he says to the prince of Tyre, which is the human, he's talking to the human, he says, you shall die the death of the uncircumcised by the hand of aliens, for I have spoken, says the Lord. Now, what's interesting about the word death here is something that we need to be sensitive to. The word death is unique to this verse right here and also in Isaiah chapter 53. The word death is used all throughout the Bible, but every place that it's used, it is used in a singular form. So here, this is unique because this death is not singular, it's plural. And so it kind of changes the whole flavor to the entire thing, because now you're like looking at it a little bit differently and you're like, well, why in the world is this word in the plural form instead of the singular form? Because he's talking to the individual, he's talking to the human, and he says to the human, he says, you shall die the death, which, from our English word, we would think that he's just going to die an individual death. But when you click on the Hebrew and you see that it's actually plural, you're like, well, what in the world is that actually talking about? And so let's go to Isaiah chapter 53 so you can see the other place where the other word is mentioned. Isaiah chapter 53, verse 9. If you want to go to Isaiah chapter 53, this chapter is very familiar, I'm sure, to many of you guys. This basically describes the crucifixion process, and it's really fascinating. There's also some pretty neat ideas that some people float around that this could possibly be what the Jewish people actually end up praying, which 3 days before Jesus returns the second time, because the Jewish people are going to go through the 7-year tribulation. And so at some point throughout the Great Tribulation, the 1/3, the remnant that is going to remain through the tribulation, they're going to have a come to Jesus moment. And they're going to actually have their eyes open, and then they're going to recognize what they've done. And so some people have postulated that Isaiah 53 is basically what those 1/3 of the Jewish people, the remnant, some people think that this is what they are going to end up praying, which kind of makes sense. If you read Isaiah 53 and you read it from the perspective of a Jewish person who had rejected Jesus and their people have rejected Jesus forever, if you read it, Isaiah 53, it kind of hits you a little bit differently, because it says here in Isaiah 53, verse 1, it says, who has believed our report, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? For he shall grow up before him as a tender plant, and as a root out of dry ground. He has no form or comeliness, and when we see him, there is no beauty that we should desire him. He is despised and rejected by men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief, and we hid, as it were, our faces from him. He was despised, and we did not esteem him. Surely he has borne our griefs and carried our sorrows, yet we esteemed him stricken, smitten by God and afflicted. But he was wounded for our transgressions. He was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement for our peace was upon him, and by his stripes we are healed. All we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned everyone to his own way, and the Lord has laid on him the iniquity of us all. So you see that this is something that they could possibly say in the future when they actually come to their senses as far as recognizing who the Messiah is, because the Jewish people right now are blind in part, which Romans 11:25 talks about the blindness upon Israel, and that blindness is going to continue until the fullness of the Gentiles, which is really, really interesting. So sometime after the fullness of the Gentiles, that is when the Jewish people sometime after that is going to have their eyes open to who Jesus is, because many of them do not acknowledge him as the Messiah, but sometime in the future, there's going to be 1/3 who will acknowledge him as the Messiah. But here in Isaiah 53, verse 9, let's go to Isaiah 53, verse 9, and let's talk about this word, the word death, which is in the plural. In Isaiah 53, verse 9, it says, "And they made his grave with the wicked." This is talking about Jesus now. "And they made his grave with the wicked, but with the rich at his death." Now, this is the only other place in the Bible that has this word death. That word death is plural, which is fascinating. So when you start reading Isaiah 53:9 and you see the word death there, you're like, well, why is that word plural? Every other place, aside from Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 10, is singular. Every other place is singular, aside from these two places. So you have a plurality in this word death. And so some people, who knows what it actually means, beyond a shadow of a doubt, but some people think that the death that was paid was as if they died multiple times because of how terrible the death actually was going to be. So that kind of seems like it could hold some water. And so you can work that one out, and you can see what fits for you there. I just wanted to throw that at you just so you can be aware of it. But I do think that's very interesting. Those are the only two places where that word death is actually used. And so just be sensitive to it. When you dive into, go back to Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 11. Let's go back to Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 11 now. And so in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 11 through 19, these verses now, God switches from addressing the human person, and he switches it from talking to the human person to the power behind the human person. And this power behind the human person is going to be Satan. The two places are in Isaiah 53, verse 9, Britt, and Ezekiel 28, verse 10. Isaiah 53:9 and Ezekiel 28:10. Or, yeah, that's right. So here in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 11, now we are going to be talking about God is going to switch his focus from talking to the human, and now he's switching to talking to Satan, which is behind the human. So I want you to picture a little human, and then behind that human, you have this massive demonic force right behind him. And what we are going to unpack here is that this is clearly talking to Satan. And so when you dive into Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 11, Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 11, it says, "Moreover, the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Son of man, take up lamentation for the king of Tyre, and say to him, Thus says the Lord God, you were the seal of perfection, full of wisdom, and perfect in beauty. You were in Eden, the garden of God." So we know that this is obviously God is talking to somebody that is different than the actual human king. This is very obvious when you start reading it. You start reading it and you're like, okay, obviously this is not a human being that was in the literal Garden of Eden. So he's not talking to the person, he's talking to the thing that was created, and that thing that was created is called Satan or Lucifer. And so here in verse 12, Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 12, it says, "Son of man, take up lamentation." Now, the idea behind the word lamentation has the idea of a sorrowful cry, a very sorrowful cry. Hello, Laura. And so this is a sorrowful cry. Hey, thank you, Laura. Thank you so much. So God is saying to Ezekiel, he says, it says in verse 11, it says, "Moreover, the word of the Lord came to me, saying, Son of man, take up lamentation." So take up a sorrowful cry for the king of Tyre. So this is a sorrowful kind of vibe that we are getting here. This is a very sorrowful vibe. So it says, take up lamentation for the king of Tyre. Now this king of Tyre, again, in verse 1 and 2, you see the prince of Tyre. But here in verse 11 and 12, you see the king of Tyre. So he goes from talking to the prince of Tyre to the king of Tyre. This king of Tyre is Satan. So in verse 12, Ezekiel 28, verse 12, it says, "Son of man, take up lamentation for the king of Tyre, and say to him, Thus says the Lord God, you were the seal of perfection, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. Now, what's interesting about this is that the word or the phrase, the seal of perfection, is very interesting. What it actually is when you unpack the meaning behind that. The idea behind the seal of perfection is basically painting a picture of being completely filled up in measure or in a pattern. And so last time we talked about this, we talked about how God created the animals, and he, like, if you imagine here is 0 and this up here is 100%, when God created the animals, he filled up their measure or pattern to like here, like 25%. Then when he filled mankind up, he filled us up to like, I don't know, like 70% or something, 75, I don't know. If you ask me, it's probably like an F minus, no, I'm totally kidding, like 75, 80% or something like that. Thank you, Laura. But when you're talking about, when God is talking to Satan, we are told that he was filled up all the way, 100% to the max, all the way. Thank you, Laura. He was completely filled up in that category. He was 100%, could not be more beautiful in that category. He could not be more wise. He was the seal of perfection, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. Thank you, Jackie. Thank you so much. And so it's really interesting when you look at Satan in that kind of way. Satan cannot be more beautiful and more wise. Now, just think about that for a little bit, because that's a big deal. That is your adversary. The devil walks about like a roaring lion, and that's how the Bible describes him. You are the seal of perfection, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. Unbelievable. And so he was 100% filled up in beauty and wisdom. And that's the guy that you are getting in the ring with half the time. I mean, this is crazy. And so this is one of those things that really makes you think, because in the book of Jude, there's only one chapter, Jude chapter 1. Hey, thank you, Jill. Thank you so much. In the book of Jude, what we are told, actually, if you guys just want to go there, I think it's important to understand this. Go to Jude chapter 1. I think it's like verse 8 or something like that. Yeah, Jude chapter 1, verse 8. In Jude verse 8, it says, likewise, also these dreamers defile the flesh, reject authority, and speak evil of dignitaries. Now, the idea behind the word dignitary is something that belongs to God. And so here, that's what a dignitary is. And then in verse 9, it kind of expounds a little bit more, because it says in verse 9, it says, hey, thank you, Judy. In verse 9, it says, yet Michael, the archangel, in contending with the devil when he disputed about the body of Moses, dared not bring against him a reviling accusation, but said, the Lord rebuke you. Now, I want you to really allow that to sink in a little bit. This is Michael the archangel, and he is submitting and using the power of God to rebuke Satan. That's what we need to do. It's unbelievable, the power that we have. And I think we don't really truly recognize it. I don't think we truly can recognize it, but we do a little bit. Thank you, Sherry. Thank you so much for those gifts. That's very kind. But we see there that Michael the archangel, like we know in Revelation chapter 12, sometime in the future, Michael is going to be the one who throws Satan out of heaven. And then Satan's going to come down to the earth. We know that Michael is going to be the one to do that. But what's interesting in Jude is that in the book of Jude, Michael kind of just chills a little bit. He's just like, okay, whatever. He's like, I'm just going to hang back here. He's like, the Lord rebuke you. And so that's an interesting thing. And that's what an archangel does. So it's interesting how the archangel Michael recognizes the power that God has, and he used that to basically rebuke Satan. And there's another place that we can look up here in a little bit. That's going to be in Zechariah. We will go there sometime in the future. Are we going to YouTube? Sorry, Julie, YouTube is not working for me. I don't know what's going on. It's frustrating. I apologize. So we are just on TikTok right now. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We're just going through the Bible, but tonight we are just focusing on the study, the topic of Satan. And so we're going to be doing a pretty good dive into this topic. And if you guys haven't followed me on YouTube, I upload all of these to YouTube. If you wanted to go check that out or go subscribe over there, just in case they get rid of TikTok, we can stay in touch. And we will keep doing Bible studies on YouTube, if I can get on YouTube, that is. I mean, crazy stuff. So let's go ahead and keep on getting into the book of Ezekiel. Ezekiel chapter 28. So in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 12, it says, Son of man, take up lamentation for the king of Tyre, and say to him, Thus says the Lord God, you were the seal of perfection, full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. Now, in verse 13, it says, You were in Eden, the garden of God. So we know, like what we talked about before, that the person that God is talking to here is not an actual human being. He's talking to Satan. And then he goes, because Satan was the one who was in the Garden of Eden. And then in verse 13, it goes on and talks about a lot of different stones. And so in verse 13, it says, Every precious stone was your covering, the sardius, topaz, and diamond, beryl, onyx, and jasper, sapphire, turquoise, and emerald with gold. The workmanship of your timbrels and pipes was prepared for you on the day you were created. And it's so very important to remember that Satan is a creation. We have people in our world that worship creations. And that is an interesting thing. That makes zero sense. If I created a computer, you would never bow down to the computer because you saw me making the computer. You'd be like, oh yeah, that's nothing. Like he's the one who actually controlled that, right? He's the one who built that. But it's really interesting when you zoom out a little bit and you look at what we're doing in our world today. There are people who are worshiping other people. There are people who are going to be worshiping Satan. There are people who worship Satan right now. Thank you, Laura. And those would be referred to as Luciferians. And so that stuff is actually happening in our world, demonic worship. It's very tragic. You know, you're looking at in their school systems right now, which are completely broken. Thank you, Laura. And what you have in our schools is, like there's after school Satan clubs that they're putting into the school systems. And maybe there's a school system like that near your area. Thank you, Laura. Maybe there's a school system in your neck of the woods that has something like that. But my point here is that they are going 100% after the children because the children have little sponge minds. And if they get them while they're young, then just think about how bad it's going to be when they grow up. I mean, our world is falling apart. Like we are living in a Laodicean age right now where the body of Christ is very, very, very lukewarm. They're not really doing anything. They've lost their usefulness. Their salt has lost their salt. The salt is not preserving, and the light that we are supposed to be is very, very dim. And so this is just, signs of the times really, but it's just heartbreaking even though we knew it was going to happen. This is not to be surprising to us because Paul tells us in 1 Timothy, he says that, in the latter days, men will be lovers of themselves, boasters. They will be prideful. They will be disobedient to parents. And the list goes on and on and on. And it says they will have the form of godliness, but they will deny its power. Thank you, Respiratory. And so people in our world right now, there's a ton of people who have the form of godliness. There's a lot of people here. Hello, Nancy. Hello. What's up? Hello, September. But it's really fascinating when you start diving into hey, thank you, Julie. Diving into these kind of conversations and you start thinking about it because our world is slipping, but it's nothing to be discouraged over because we're told that it was going to happen. Thank you, Suzanne. So I don't want you to be discouraged. Like this is never, I'm never trying to, when I say things, I know sometimes it might come across as if I'm talking to you or something like that. It's definitely not my intentions. Sometimes I just get all worked up and I just get all hot and bothered and I'm just like, but no, we need to recognize that this is going to happen. There's no stopping it. There's no stopping it because if we could undo all of the bad stuff, then the Bible would not be true. And so we know that it's going to decline. And that is a picture of the 7 letters and the 7 churches in Revelation chapter 2 and 3. And we are currently in the Laodicean world, in my opinion. Ezekiel chapter 28. In Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 13, you see that it is very clearly that he's talking to Satan, because Satan was in Eden. So he's talking to Satan. And we also know that it was not a human being that he's talking to, because it tells us that he was created. Thank you, Sherry. We are learning that this king of Tyre was created. And so there's a difference between sons of man and sons of God. And so it's important to understand the distinction there. A son of man is somebody who is born from Adam, like an offspring of Adam. And so you and I are sons of man. Man means Adam. And so we all come from Adam and Eve. And so we are sons of man. But Satan, all of the angels, they are called sons of God. We'll actually dive into that more in Genesis chapter 6 when we get to that chapter, which it's going to be a doozy. But we need to understand the distinction between sons of man and sons of God. Because a son of man is one of you and I. When you and I are born, we are born as a son of Adam. But what's interesting about, if you guys want to go to John chapter 1 real fast, in John chapter 1, what we are told is that Jesus, when he was here, he came into his own, and his own did not receive him. And in John chapter 1, somewhere in John chapter 1, verse like 10 or something, in John chapter 1, verse 11, it says, he came to his own, and his own did not receive him. But as many as received him, to them he gave the right to become children of God, to those who believe in his name, who were born not of blood, nor of the will of flesh, nor of the will of man, but of God. And so when we recognize what God is actually saying here in John chapter 1, or what this is actually saying here, is that you and I have a right to become children of God, meaning that is something different than what we are born as. Like when I'm born in this physical body, I am not born as a son of God. I'm born as a son of man. But when we mature and we come to, like this age of accountability, we talked about that Romans chapter 7 and in 2 Samuel, the idea there, we have a decision to make. And so if I put my faith in Jesus Christ, then I go from being an old creation, a son of man, and I become a new creation, a son of God. And so it's really important to understand the differences there. There are people, like if you're a born-again believer, you are a child of God. But you could stand right next to another human being and you won't be able to see any physical differences. You'll just be like, oh yeah, we're both humans. But there's a difference. Like if you're standing next to a lost person, if you look at both of you at the same time from the spiritual lens, from a spiritual lens, and you look at a Christian and you see that person, that looks like a new creation. And you're like, my goodness, how awesome. But if you look at somebody who is lost from a spiritual point of view, that is an old creation. That isn't the old man. And so there's a difference there. And so here in Ezekiel chapter 28, when you see that Satan was created, Satan is referred to as a son of God because God literally created him. Adam is a son of God because God literally created Adam. Everybody afterwards was a son of Adam because they were born of Adam. And so anyways, going back to Ezekiel chapter 28, both the human prince and the angel king, both the human prince and the angel king, they both fell for the same reason. And so what we were talking about before in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 1 through 10, is that we got a little insight on the human king, the human prince, and he got all prideful. He got all puffed up. And because he got all puffed up and prideful, he fell because of that pride. Now let's go to Proverbs chapter 6 real fast, just so we can remember a couple things about some of the things that God hates. There's some things that God hates, and that's actually really interesting. Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16. This is good to remember, but in Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16, it says, "These 6 things the Lord hates. Yes, 7 are an abomination to him. A proud look, a lying tongue, hands that shed innocent blood, a heart that devises wicked plans, feet that are swift in running to evil, a false witness who speaks lies, and one who sows discord among brethren. These things in Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16, Megan, Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16, these are things that God hates. And when you think about that, you're just like, my goodness, that is very serious. Because when you think about God saying the word hate, you don't really put those two words in the same sentence. But here it is a very, very clear picture of what he's saying. He hates. And the very first thing, be mindful of it, the very first thing is pride, a proud look. God hates a proud look. So pride. And so the very first sin was pride. He was lifted up, right? He was, because of his beauty. He was like, look at how awesome I look. And he became prideful, and then he sinned. But you see that in verse 17, a proud look is the very first one, and then lying is the second one. Now that's interesting, because that might not be something that you and I, if I slid you a blank piece of paper and I told you to write down some things that God hates, I bet you lying might not have been on that list, or at least it wouldn't have been the second one on the list. But here it is the second one on the list, and that is fascinating. But I also want you to be sensitive to the third thing that is listed there in Proverbs chapter 6, verse 17. After a lying tongue, it says hands that shed innocent blood. Hands that shed innocent blood. And so when you think about hands that shed innocent blood, you're like, okay, well, what does that even mean? Guys, we live in America, and we have medical procedures that are just, like where you can just go and these pregnant ladies, they go and they do the thing with the baby, and I can't even say the word here, but I know you guys know what I'm talking about here. And that is shedding innocent blood. And God hates that. And we need to be sensitive to that, because that is a huge deal. I think sometimes we often think, as us in America, for those of you who are in America here, we often think that we are like the lighthouse of the world, and we're like, we set the standard, and look at how good we are compared to all the other nations, because that's some of the stuff that we've been told, and we've kind of been programmed to think that way. But guys, we have been really, really going in a very, very wrong direction lately, and it is heartbreaking. And it doesn't seem like we're going in a wrong direction sometimes, because, the sun is still shining. We go outside, we can go play, we can go swimming, we can go buy some ice cream, all that kind of stuff. It doesn't seem like we're doing that bad, because life is moderately okay. But from God's point of view, we have been doing a terrible job, in my opinion, just because of what our government and our system and whatever the laws are. I mean, we've fallen so hard. And so Proverbs chapter 6, verse 17 and 18, or 16, 17, and 18 is really, really, really like a slap across the face, at least to me. And I don't know if it is to you, but this is why I made that video today. I put out a little TikTok video, because we need so badly to not think how, and this is more speaking to myself, really, I need to not think about how I think. It's hard. This is a very difficult thing. I need to not think about how I want to think. I need to think about how God would view it, right? Because that's challenging. In order to have a godly perspective, you need to know him. That's people can't have a godly perspective unless they know him. And there's a lot of people who have the form of godliness, and they just deny its power. And so this is why it gets really, really interesting when you start unpacking. When you pop the hood and you start having a conversation with somebody about the Bible, you get to know about what they know real quick. If you know your stuff, if you know the Bible, you will be able to find out if they know in just a couple sentences. Just be like, yeah, hey, what did you think about this? And be like, oh. And then it's interesting. I had an interaction not too long ago, and this guy, he's like an assistant pastor, and I was just talking to him, and he seems like a really cool guy. I don't know him very well, but he was like, yeah, I'm going to be talking on the book of James here pretty soon. And I was like, oh yeah, I was like, what verses? And so he kind of told me a little bit here and there. And so I started telling him about what I knew about the book of James, and his eyes were just, popping out. And I wasn't saying much because it's been a while since I've studied that book specifically. Like I was just telling him what I remembered just off the top of my head, but he was just like blown away. And I was just like, that's interesting. And so for me, I was like, you're about to give a message on this. And I was like, I feel like you should be telling me. I was like, my point here is that pastors in many churches now, they are basically more motivational speakers. And I'm not talking about that guy at all because I've never been to this church at all. My point here is just in general, I know a lot of pastors just are motivational. You go to a church and they'll tell you to, they'll talk about their day and they'll tell you about how this made them feel. And I'm just like, where's the word of God? Like I want to hear it. And so it's really kind of cool when you actually find somebody like that, because when you find somebody like that, you just want to lean in and you just want to get closer and you just be like, hey, can we just have a conversation? Like, I just want to talk to you. And I love that. Like I went out to eat with my buddy and him and I were just going back and forth. And I'm like, dude, I can't tell you how much I love being able to just have a dialogue with somebody, because it's a rare thing, at least in my circle. Like I don't, have a million friends or anything like that. I have a good number of friends, but there's only one friend, one or two maybe, where I can like actually have like an intelligent conversation. I'm like, this is really kind of cool. But my point is that's a heartbreaking kind of truth, and at least to me. And so maybe it's different for you guys. Maybe you guys are surrounded by some giants in the faith, and if you are, then good for you, because man, that's hard to come by. And so if you have that, then you are absolutely blessed. You guys know my mom and dad. I'm a pastor's kid. And so I love getting breakfast with my dad, because we'll just go round and round and round. And it is always so good. We'll just spend like 4 hours just talking, and it's just so stinking good. He's thinking about doing Revelation next. And I was like, well, if you need some help, like I was like, I can tell you a couple. No, I'm totally kidding. I always like try to, push his buttons. And so it's just fun. It's just funny. He knows more than I will ever know if I led like 50 lifetimes. It's just crazy. His brain is just really, really something. I just love picking it apart. But anyways, going back to the book of Ezekiel, after, just talking about the things that God hates, it's really important to recognize the thing that God hates. But going back to Ezekiel chapter 28, you see in Ezekiel 28, verse 1 through 10, you see the prince, the human, was very prideful. And because he was prideful, God prophesied to that human, and he said, you're going to get destroyed. Now, in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 11 through 19, God switches from talking to the human, and he refocuses his attention over here to the king, the power behind the prince, which was Satan. And so he's talking to Satan, and both the prince, thank you, Sherry, both the human and Satan, they both fell for prideful reasons. Thank you, Sherry. Thank you so much. Man, it's popping. And is it popping? I'm so sorry. Yeah, I hopefully it's not getting too bad. What's up, Nate? Good to see you, brother. What's up, Shepherd? How you doing? And anyways, Ezekiel chapter 28, in verse 12 through 15 in Ezekiel describes the first, we're going to be talking about the first abode, the first dwelling place of Satan. And so there are going to be 6 places where Satan has basically dwelt that we are going to traffic in. And so I'm going to tell you what those 6 places are, just so you can kind of like have a little bit of a forecast, so you can see where we're going. We're going to be looking at the history, the career of Lucifer. And there are 6 places. And so if you just look at like somebody's career, like if you were in the military or anything like that, they would do a background check on you. They would go back, they would look into your past, they would they would dive into all of your history, where you came from, who your parents are, what school you went to, what jobs you had, thank you, respiratory. And so they would do all of those things, and that's basically what we're going to be doing with Satan. And so the very first place where Satan has dwelt, as it seems, was the throne of God. And so we're going to talk about that. The second place, thank you, Sophie, the second place where Satan has dwelt is the Garden of Eden, but it was the Garden of Eden before the fall. And the Garden of Eden before the fall is different than the Garden of Eden after the fall. One seems to be a mineral garden. The other seems to be a vegetable garden. It became a vegetable garden after the fall. We'll talk more about that. So the first place is the throne of God. The second place is the mineral Garden of Eden. The third place is where he's currently dwelling in right now, or operating from, which is the atmospheric heavens. That's the third place, the heavenly places. The fourth place is going to be the earth. The fifth place is going to be the abyss, which is when he's locked up for 1,000 years. And the sixth place is going to be the lake of fire. And so you see where it started and you see where it's going. Started from the top, now I'm at the bottom. I don't know, maybe that's a song by Drake. I don't know. Is that a song? I just started from the top. Wait, started from the bottom. Now I'm here. That's so bad. I knew it. It felt weird. It felt weird as it was coming out. I was like, oh no. Ezekiel chapter 28. You guys know, and if you know what I'm talking about, then you're part of the problem. Get out. No, I'm the heathen. Messing with you. That's kind of. How about Kendrick turning red? Is it getting red in here? Ezekiel chapter 28. So the first abode of Satan seems to be the throne of God. And the throne of God is the reason why we're going to come back to verse 13. But before we do that, we're going to continue on. Let's go to Ezekiel chapter 28 verse 14. In Ezekiel chapter 28 verse 14, it says this: "You were the anointed cherub who covers. I established you. You were on the holy mountain of God. You walked back and forth in the midst of fiery stones." So the first abode of Satan seems to be the throne of God. And in verse 14, we see Satan is anointed. Now, what's interesting, thank you, Joni. What's interesting about that word anointed is that this is the only place in the Bible where this specific word is actually used. I think that's really provocative. The word anointed is used elsewhere. Thank you, Sherry. Thank you for the roses. Do people still do that? Stop. But in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 14, you see it says, "You were the anointed cherub," the anointed cherub. Now, that word anointed is really interesting because it's the only place where it is used. The word anointed in English is used other places as well, but this specific Hebrew word is different than the other places where the word anointed is used. So I think that's very significant. I think we should pay attention to that. But it says in verse 14, "You were the anointed cherub who covers." Now, why this is interesting is because of what the idea is behind the word covers. It says, "You were the anointed cherub who covers." First time using that one. Oh, thank you. Oh, man. So the idea of the word covers there in Ezekiel 28 verse 14, the idea of cover has the idea of the covering roof, or like something that might help you visualize something is like a canopy. And so the reason why it seems like he was a part of the covering, it seems like he was a canopy over the throne, which is the very first abode of Satan. He was the cherub who covers. And so we're going to go to the beginning of Ezekiel here in a little bit, but I just want you to understand, it seems that Satan's position was the covering of the throne of God. He was that beautiful that he was the covering of the throne. And the reason why we think it's the throne is because of the word mountain in verse 14. In Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 14, it says, "You are the anointed cherub who covers. I established you. You were on the holy mountain of God." Thank you, Respiratory. The word mountain there is something to at least be sensitive to. And again, this is where it gets a little interesting, because There are people who have different opinions here. But the word mountain, when it's used symbolically, is taken in different ways. There's three ways the word mountain can be used. Thank you, Sandy. Thank you so much. The word mountain can be used symbolically in the sense of it being a kingdom. The mountain can be used as kingdom. It can be used as a king, or it can be used as a throne. So it can be used symbolically as kingdom, a king, or a throne. So here, it doesn't make sense for it to be a kingdom because it says you were on the kingdom of God. That doesn't check. It doesn't make sense for it to be a king. You were on the king of God. That doesn't make sense. But throne, it does seem to fit, especially when you dive into Ezekiel chapter 1, which is where we are going to go here in a little bit. But the idea is that it seems that Satan was the canopy over the throne of God. And so the word mountain is used symbolically throughout the scriptures, but one of the ones that always comes to mind, at least in my mind, is Daniel chapter 2. In Daniel chapter 2, Daniel has this, Nebuchadnezzar, he has this dream, and he basically tells his wise men, his magicians, to basically interpret the dream. And so the wise men were like, well, tell us what the dream is, and we'll tell you what the interpretation is. And so Nebuchadnezzar, King Nebi, that's what I call it. That's we go way back. But he was like, I'm not going to tell you what the dream was. You tell me what the dream is. And so he's like, he was testing his people because he wanted to see if they were legit. And so he's like, if you don't tell me, I'm going to end your lives. And so he's like, nobody can do this. And so he starts ending all of the people's lives. And so Daniel hears about this and he's like, wait, what's going on? And so he's like, well, give me a second. So Daniel goes to the Lord in prayer and he asked the Lord for the interpretation of the dream. And so what ends up happening is that God gives Daniel the interpretation. He gives Daniel the dream and he gives him the interpretation. And so Daniel goes before King Nebuchadnezzar and he gives Nebuchadnezzar the dream and the interpretation. But basically, the dream was that Nebuchadnezzar saw an image, and this image was great, and it had a head of gold, silver, bronze, iron mixed with clay, that whole thing. And so Daniel explains that entire thing, but here is the image that Nebuchadnezzar had, and then Daniel goes on to describe that after the image was there, that a stone came and struck the image, and the image shattered and became chaff. Now, that image represents the Gentile nations. Daniel chapter 2, guys, I need you to understand, Daniel chapter 2, in your mind, should be a massive, checkpoint or a beacon. It's like one of those chapters that allows you to kind of navigate the rest of the Bible, because in Daniel chapter 2 he gives you the rest of he gives you hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years of, hey, thank you so much for that. What is it? Whitney? Is it Whitney? I can't see. I can't see. It just said WHI. Thank you so much for that subscription or renewing it. Thank you. It's very kind. Sheesh. What's up, Lynn? Hello. But anyways, Daniel chapter 2, we need to understand that it's the Gentile nations. Daniel was giving you the forecast of all of the Gentile nations. And this is important because in Luke chapter 21, Jesus uses the phrase, the times of the Gentiles. And so when you think about the times of the Gentiles and you're like, well, wait a second, Jesus said the time of the Gentiles, and you connect the time of the Gentiles all the way back to Daniel chapter 2 to that image, and that image is foreshadowing the times of the Gentiles, and you're like, wait a second, and then you're like, oh, that makes so much more sense, and you're like, oh, and then you just start seeing, and you connect, and you connect, and you connect, and you're starting to order things, and that's when it gets really kind of cool. And so the dream or the interpretation, going back to Daniel chapter 2, in Daniel chapter 2, you have the image that is there. And after the image is struck, a stone comes out of heaven and strikes the image, which shatters all of the Gentile nations, their empires, and their empires go away. And then that stone becomes a mountain. and then it fills the entire earth. And so obviously this mountain is a picture of God's kingdom, because that's what you can read in Daniel chapter 2, it's like verse 44 or 45. I think it is. But it's really interesting when you start diving into that, because you're like, oh, okay, that mountain is symbolic for God's kingdom. And that is speaking about the messianic kingdom, the millennial kingdom, the 1,000-year reign. And so that's really kind of cool. So what you see in Daniel chapter 2 are many things. You see, first off, God gives Daniel the interpretation. I mean, that's just super cool. I mean, like, Daniel had to have just been geeking out of his mind. The second thing that you see is that Daniel was prophesying. I don't know if he understood what he was prophesying, but Daniel was prophesying about the second coming, because that's what the stone represents. The stone is Jesus. He's coming back, and he is going to strike that image, and that image is going to go away into chaff. And so he was prophesying about the all of the empires, the Gentile empires. He's prophesying about the second coming of Jesus. He's talking about the messianic kingdom. That is all in Daniel chapter 2. And I'm just getting all pumped up just talking about it, because it's just super cool. And I'm just like, are you kidding me? Like, this is like one of the neatest chapters ever. I was like, this book is unbelievable. So don't go sleeping on Daniel chapter 2, man. I'm telling you that you can just gain so much you have so much information there. And so going back to Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 14. In Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 14, it says, "You are the anointed cherub who covers. I established you." Hello, Jenny. Good to see you. I established you. You were on the holy mountain of God. And so when you look at that mountain, some people are like, no, that's a literal mountain. And so it could be, but some people think that it's more symbolic. And so who knows, but whatever this mountain is, it seems like it could possibly be symbolically referencing the throne of God. Because again, the three things that mountains can be symbolically when you're searching the scriptures are a kingdom, a king, or a throne. And so it seems that it could be speaking of a throne, and we will be talking more about why here in just a little bit. But the first abode seems to be the throne of God, and that is in verse 14. Also in verse 14, we see that Satan is anointed, which is really, really interesting. Satan being anointed is something we will talk about here in a little bit. But when you start diving into the celestial sphere, it seems that there are three ranks of angels that we can basically decipher at this time. Hey, thank you, Joni. Thank you so much. Thank you for that gift. Three ranks of angels. And so the first rank, or the lowest rank of angels, seem to be just the regular everyday angels, like the ones that show up, that were there at when Jesus ascended up into heaven, like regular angels. Those are the lowest ranking of the angels, and the leader of those angels is Michael, because in Revelation chapter 12 you see Michael and his angels. So Michael seems to be the leader of those lower angels. And so you have the lowest of the angels, and then right above them, the ones that are more powerful are the ones that are called seraphim. Now, every time we're going to be talking about seraphim and cherubim, but the ranking of the angels is the angels that Michael is in charge over, then seraphim, and then cherubim. So those are the three types of angels. But seraphim are different from cherubim. And let's go to Isaiah chapter 6 real fast. This is something that we talked about in my little ticky talks. Go to Isaiah chapter 6 verse 2. Isaiah chapter 6 verse 2, and let's talk a little bit about seraphim. In Isaiah chapter 6 verse 2, it says, above the throne, stood seraphim. Each one had 6 wings. With 2 he covered his face, with 2 he covered his feet, and with 2 he flew. And one cried to another and said, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. The whole earth is full of his glory. Now, what's interesting about these angels is that these angels were told that they have 6 wings, 6 wings. They have 6 wings. Now that is significant because we're going to be going back to the book of Ezekiel chapter 1, and in comparison to the cherubim, we are told they have 4 wings. So these seraphim, or seraphs in Hebrew, every time you have the I am at the end of a word in Hebrew, it is plural. So the singular word here for a regular seraph would be seraph. Hello, Philana. It would be a seraph. So a seraphim would be multiple angels, multiple seraphs, it would be seraphim. Same thing with cherubim. Cherub is singular, which is why in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 14, it says, "You were the anointed cherub," singular. And so he was the anointed cherub. So cherubim is plural and seraphim is plural as well. But here in Isaiah chapter 6, verse 2, you see that these seraphim have 6 wings. Now, this also is pictured in Revelation chapter 5. Hello, Ryan. How are you? I am good. Yeah, Alyssa, like Elohim, which is also very interesting because there is plurality behind that, which is in the first verse of the Bible. In the beginning, God, and you have Elohim there. The word Elohim is used, which is very interesting. Could have used a lot of other words there, but it used Elohim, and Elohim has plurality behind it, which basically is painting us a picture of something deeper behind that word, which I think is very provocative. Revelation chapter, thank you, Philana. Thank you, Angie. Thank you guys for those gifts. In Revelation chapter 4, verse 6, if you guys wanted to go to Revelation chapter 4, verse 6, John is in the throne room here. And while he's in the throne room, he is seeing some pretty crazy stuff. And he's looking around and he sees 24 elders. And don't you get me started on the 24 elders. Because I will if you want me. No, we'll talk about that when we get to Genesis 14, because it's going to come all the way back around again. No, Revelation chapter 4, thank you, Philana. In Revelation chapter 4, verse 6, it says, "Before the throne there was a sea of glass like crystal. And in the midst of the throne and around the throne were 4 living creatures full of eyes in front and in back. The first living creature was like a lion. The second living creature like a calf. The third living creature had a face like a man, and the fourth living creature was like a flying eagle." In Revelation chapter 4, verse 8, it says, "The 4 living creatures, each having 6 wings." So John is up in heaven. He's in the throne room, and he sees exactly what Isaiah saw. Isaiah is in the throne room, and he's looking around, and he's like, "Oh my goodness, woe is me, I am undone, I am a man of unclean lips." And he's looking around and he sees these angels that are flying 6 wings. And then hundreds of years later, John has a revelation. He goes up and he sees he's in the throne room, and he also sees these angels that have 6 wings. And so those angels that Isaiah saw and the angels that John saw are seraphim. And so what's interesting about that is that they were around the throne. And so that's kind of cool. But now let's talk about cherubim. Let's go to Ezekiel chapter 1, and let's compare the seraphim to the cherubim. In Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 4, Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 4, in Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 4, it says, "Then I looked, and behold, a whirlwind was coming out of the north, a great cloud with raging fire engulfing itself. And brightness was all around it, and radiating out of its midst like the color of amber out of the midst of the fire. Also from within it came the likeness of 4 living creatures, and this was their appearance. They had the likeness of a man. Each one had 4 faces, and each one had 4 wings. Their legs were straight, and the soles of their feet were like the soles of calves' feet. They sparkled like the color of burnished bronze. The hands of a man were under their wings on their 4 sides, and each of the 4 had faces and wings. Their wings touched one another. The creatures did not turn when they went, but each one went straight forward." So it goes on, and if you want to read Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 11, in Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 11, it says, "Thus were their faces, their wings stretched upward, two wings of each one touched one another, and two covered their bodies." So you see that these angels are different than the angels that you read about in Isaiah chapter 6 and Revelation chapter 4. These angels are cherubim. And what's interesting about these cherubim is that what you see in Ezekiel chapter 1, you see these cherubim basically under the Shekinah glory. They were carrying wherever the Spirit wanted to go, they were carrying it. And so they were under it, propping it up. And so that's really interesting, because now that you get to see the location of these angels, you get to kind of see a little bit of a model. And so what I mean by that is that the angels, you have the angels that Michael are in charge over. You have the angels, the seraphim, that are around the throne. And then you have the cherubim, which are underneath the throne. And so those are three categories of angels that are different from one another. But what's interesting about that is that what it seems to be is that the closer you get to the throne is the more, the higher up in rank you are in the angelic world. And so you have the angels that are in front of the throne, you have the angels that are around the throne, and then you have the angels that are underneath the throne. And so the cherubim are the ones that are literally touching the throne. And so because they're touching the throne, that implies that they are the most powerful, which is really provocative. But there's a little bit more to it, because then you get into the whole archangel thing. And so there's some conversations there that you could have, which I don't want to get into right now because it could get distracting. But the idea with Lucifer, in going back to the book of Ezekiel chapter 28, the idea with Lucifer is that, hey, thank you, Charlie, good to see you. The idea with Lucifer is that Lucifer in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 14, in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 14, it says, "You are the anointed cherub who covers." Now, the word covers there, again, is a canopy. He was a canopy. And so here's the idea of what it seems to be painting a picture of. The cherubim, remember, Lucifer was the anointed cherub. So I want you to pretend like you and I, we are equal in everything, right? But then all of a sudden, God anoints you, and he says, you are going to be in charge of me. And so we're the same, but you're in charge of me. And so that's you. And so all of a sudden you become, you're full in wisdom, you're full in beauty, but I'm still a cherub. I'm still awesome. I still get to carry the throne. But you are different. Lucifer was different. He was covering the throne. So you have all of the cherub underneath the throne, and then you have the anointed cherub who was covering. He was a canopy over the throne. And so that's what paints this entire picture. It's just so interesting. So you have different levels of these angels here, and it's really provocative when you start diving into it, because you're like, holy smokes. So in Ezekiel chapter 1, what you see there with those cherubim were the bearers of the Shekinah glory. And the closest, they were the ones that were closest to the throne of God. And so that is pretty cool. But it seems that Lucifer overshadowed the throne, which is really interesting if you're using your imagination. That paints quite an interesting visual there. Moving on to getting back into Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 14. In Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 14, it says, "You are the anointed cherub who covers." This word anointed, as what we talked about before, is only used one time in the Bible, and it's used right here in connection to Satan. So this is a very, very unique word. Going to, in verse 14, it says, "You are the anointed cherub who covers." Sometime in history, at some point, God anointed Satan so that Satan was the highest of all created beings. And in verse 14, it shows Satan being a canopy over the throne, while in Ezekiel chapter 1, you see the cherubim, they were under the throne. So that is a picture. That is Satan's first abode. Remember, Satan's first abode seems to be the throne of God. But now let's change and let's talk about the second place, the second dwelling place of Satan. And the second dwelling place of Satan seems to be the Garden of Eden, which was before the fall. Before the fall, before Satan fell. I'm not talking about Adam and Eve. I'm talking about before Satan fell. Because the world looked different before Satan fell. And so we're going to get into this interesting kind of conversation. So just, as per usual, test all things. But let's talk about Satan's second abode. And it seems that his second abode was the mineral garden. So we're going to refer to the Garden of Eden before the fall as the mineral garden. The mineral garden had stones, and these stones were of all the things that you see in verse 13. And what you see in verse 14 and 15 and 16 and whatnot, you see that Satan walks in the midst of these stones. So not only are these stones a covering, a part of his canopy in a sense, not only are all of these stones a part of his canopy, but they are also something that he's walking in the midst of. Like he's just walking around, and everywhere he's going, these stones are all over the place. And so it seems that this is his second dwelling place, and it's connected to the Garden of Eden. So the Garden of Eden became a vegetable garden, but that didn't happen until after the fall, because the world looked like something before the actual fall. And so that's why these conversations get really, really interesting. We're going to unpack some of that stuff, and it should be at least thought provoking for you when we get to Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 and 1 verse 2, which is what we're going to get to in a little bit. But sometime after God created angels, he then created the earth. So it's important to understand that the angels existed before the earth existed. Let's go to Job chapter 38, verse 4 real quick. Job chapter 38, verse 4. In Job chapter 38, verse 4. In Job chapter 38, verse 4, it says this. This is God talking here. In Job chapter 38, verse 4, it says, "Where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth? Tell me, if you have understanding. Who determined its measurements? Surely you know. Or who stretched the line upon it? To what were its foundations fastened? Or who laid its cornerstone when the morning stars sang together and all the sons of God shouted for joy?" So what you see here in Job chapter 38, verse 7, in Job chapter 38, verse 7, it says, "When the morning stars sang together and the sons of God shouted for joy." So what you see here is a very clear picture that the angels existed before the earth existed. And so since the angels existed before, that makes you kind of, you're able to put things in order. And so now you're like, okay, well, that makes a little bit more sense. So Satan and all of the other angels, they all existed before the earth was even created, which is interesting because when you use that verse with Genesis chapter 1, in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, it says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." So it's interesting because this is what we are told, right? Like there is stuff that happened before the earth was even here. And so the thing is to kind of like, you never want to be dogmatic about this kind of stuff, but you can dive into it and at least kind of touch on it, which is all we're really trying to do, because I don't want you to get lost into it. I always want you guys to remember that if this is how thick your Bible is, this is how much the Bible talks about creation. This much. This is how much the Bible talks about redemption. The entire book is about Jesus. It is all about Jesus. It is never going to be about anything else. Thank you, Laura. And it's Jesus, Jesus, Jesus on every page. And it's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. So don't get sucked into this kind of this world, hey, thank you, Manners, thank you, Respiratory. Don't get sucked into that, because there's a lot of people who get distracted with the idea of angels and demons and the Nephilim. And we're going to talk about that stuff, but I don't want you to just get all googly eyed about it because, thank you, Julie, because it's not about a creature, it's about the creator. And so please remember that. So it's really thought-provoking. We will unpack a little bit more here in Genesis chapter 1 and Genesis chapter 1 verse 2. We'll do that here shortly. But I just want you to understand what we just read in Job chapter 38. It seems to be very clear that after God created angels is when he then created the earth. Thank you, Tammy. So the angels were here before the earth was. And what it seems to be, it seems that the earth was assigned to Satan. And that's what you see here in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 11 through 16. You see Satan walking in the midst of the fiery stones. The fiery stones, the fiery stones, the fiery stones. He's walking in the midst of it. And so it's really, really provocative. And so this mineral garden, the fiery stones, is what it seems the Garden of Eden was before the creation of mankind. Because Satan fell before Adam and Eve was even created. Think about that for a second. Before Adam and Eve even existed, Satan had already fallen. That's important to understand. Before Adam and Eve existed, Satan had already fallen. In Genesis chapter 1, Genesis chapter 2, Genesis chapter 3, there is no mention of Satan falling. But somehow he's in the Garden of Eden and he had already fallen. You're just introduced. You see God doing his thing. He's creating all this stuff. And then you see them in the garden, and then Satan shows up and he's already doing his thing. He's trying to deceive, which means he had already fallen. And so the question is, when did Satan fall? And so that is what we are going to be talking about here in a little bit. We'll be diving into Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 and Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. We will get there in a couple minutes. But it's really interesting when you look at the earth in a sense that it was somehow, or it seems that it was assigned to Satan, and that the original Garden of Eden was different than what it was or had become when Adam and Eve were actually there. And it's actually unknown how much time had passed from the creation of angels to the fall of Satan. So this is all interesting kind of conversations to have. It's always good to kind of talk about this stuff, but again, don't get lost in it. Let's go back to Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 14. In Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 14, it says, "You are the anointed cherub who covers. I established you. You were on the holy mountain of God. You walked back and forth in the midst of fiery stones." So here where it says you walked back and forth in the midst of fiery stones, this is the same kind of, this kind of language is used in demonic activity and angelic activity at the same time. You can see this kind of language in Job chapter 1. I think it's like Job chapter 1 verse 6 or Job chapter 1 verse 7 or something like that. It's basically, Satan saying, I was going to and fro. And it's kind of the same kind of idea here. But the fiery stones, these stones, the fiery stones, exuded light. Like we just got done talking about the book of Revelation. And in Revelation chapter 21, you see the New Jerusalem. And in it, it is a picture of light. And it's really important to understand how the new earth and the new heavens and the New Jerusalem are all described. Because when you compare how it's going to be in the future, and you compare to how it was when we were at our beginning, at the earth that we're currently living in the earth that we're living in, there's darkness attached to it. In the earth that is going to be created, there is no darkness. So darkness that is a part of this earth that happened before Adam and Eve, that's important to understand. Darkness is a part of this earth, which means it's because of Satan's fall. When Satan fell, there was judgment that was placed on him and over what was assigned to him. And so that's why it seems that there was darkness over the earth, because when he fell, there was judgment on him which is what we're going to talk about here in a little bit, and judgment on the earth. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, it says the earth was without form, or which has the idea of it had become without form, meaning that it was something before. And so it's really interesting to at least let that sink in and bounce around in your mind and be like, holy smokes, what is actually going on here? Let's go to Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 15. In Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 15, it says, you were perfect in your ways from the day you were created till iniquity was found in you. We talked about this before. Every time you see the word till in the Bible, you would do well if you just underlined it. Because every time you see the word until or till or because, you're going to just be like, well, something major just actually happened. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you so much. Here is one of those big ones. This is a big till. And this till is basically saying that Satan was perfect in his ways until iniquity was found in you. So here in verse 15, where it says you were perfect in your ways, it's basically saying everything that Satan was doing, his walk, his actions were all perfect. He was doing everything perfectly from the day he was created until. And that's a big until. And so when you think about that until, it says until iniquity was found in you. And so this iniquity kind of conversation is important to talk about. Let's go to Psalm chapter 32. Psalm chapter 32, verse 1. And let's talk about the differences between sin, transgression, and iniquity. Go to Psalm chapter 32, verse 1. And in Psalm chapter 32, I got to crack my back. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We're not actually studying a specific book right now because we're just focusing on the study of Satan for the time being. But we are going to be diving into the book of Genesis soon. We have covered like 25 other books, verse by verse, chapter by chapter, book by book. And those are all uploaded to YouTube. If you wanted to go check it out, there's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile where we normally stream on TikTok and YouTube at the same time, but my YouTube is not working right now, for unknown reasons. But if you're looking for a verse-by-verse Bible study, I would encourage you to go check it out and maybe go subscribe over there. That way we can stay in touch just in case this TikTok goes away. Hello, Belinda. Do you do a podcast too? No, Susan. I thought I tried doing some Spotify, just like uploading all of these, just uploaded to Spotify. But then I was just like, this is just, I can't do it. It's too much. But they are all of these are uploaded to YouTube. So you can just go there if you wanted to, but it's ITZ_sheesh. And all of these things are all secondary, guys. This is all secondary issues. And so I want you to remember I don't get everything right, which is why I always want to encourage you to test all things and to hold fast to that which is good. The main thing is always going to be the main thing. And the main thing is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. How do you get to heaven? If you don't know that, then this stuff means nothing to you. There's only one way to get to heaven. You need to first recognize that you are a sinner. In Romans 3:23, Paul says, for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. Now that is terrifying because he's letting us know that we are all sinners and we all can't make it to God based upon how we are living. We have all sinned and all fall short of the glory of God. Romans 6:23 says, for the wages of sin is death. So not only are you a sinner, not only have you fallen short, but now that you've sinned, you're under the death penalty. And that is terrifying. But he doesn't end there. In Romans 6:23, he says, for the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. In Ephesians chapter 2, verse 8 and 9, Paul says, it is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. It is by grace through faith. It's not Christ plus going to church. It's not Christ plus getting water baptized. It's not Christ plus giving money to a missionary or anything like that. It's Christ and Christ alone. It is for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him. shall not perish, but have everlasting life. That is just so good. And that is what it's all about right there. I mean, we can just be done right there because that's everything. Everything that we're talking about here. Thank you, Laura and Angie. Thank you, guys. That is everything. And I don't want this shiny stuff to take away from what Jesus did on the cross. That is the kind of stuff that should light you up. That should put wind in your sails. Thank you, Jared. Thank you so much. Yeah, Shelba. And so this is just extra here that we get. Psalm chapter 32, and I also want you guys to remember, there's no magical prayer. Like there's, like you can like get a little track. If anybody ever handed you a track or maybe gave you like the Gospel of John, there might have been like a prayer you could pray at the back of there. There's no magical words. It is your heart posture towards the Lord. And so you could just have a conversation with the Lord and say, Lord, I am a sinner and I acknowledge you as Lord and Savior of my life. Like, will you save me? Lord, like I need you. Like he knows, like there's no, like you got to say this and you got to be standing up and sitting down and you got to be wearing a hat or take your hat off. No, remember what that man who came out of the synagogue, he's like, he couldn't even look up to heaven. He beat on his chest and he said, Lord, forgive me, a sinner. He recognized he was a sinner and he recognized his need for a savior. And Jesus said, surely that man went back to his house justified. That's it. That was it. And so he knew he needed saving and he called upon the name of the Lord. And so that is important. And so God knows where you're at. And so you could do it right then and there, wherever you are. And he wants nothing more. He is long suffering. He is not willing that any should perish. That is baffling. Guys, do you understand how unbelievable? Like, I know we have a Bible, and I know you guys probably have multiple Bibles in your house, and you don't even know where some are. Some of them are old, some of them are new, some of them you're just like, yeah, there's one over there. It's got dust on it, whatever. But I need you guys to never lose sight of the fact that God, even though the Bible is not new to you and I, God is allowing you and I to learn about him. He's allowing you and I to learn a little about him. And so don't be prideful if you're smarter than the other person. Love on that person. Why? Because he loved you first. And so when you know something and you want to tell somebody else about it, be like, how do I do this? Let your speech always be with grace, seasoned with salt. And so that's what we need to be doing. And so why? So that I might win some. So that I might win some. Paul's like, I don't care about me. He's like, I want you to not see me. He's like, I'm going to lay all this down so that you see Christ. I determined to know nothing among you except Christ and him crucified. That is what it's all about. Thank you so much, Rachel. That is what it's all about. And so I don't want you to lose sight of how awesome it is just to kind of melt in the idea of God, to just think about, he is letting us know stuff. He didn't have to do this. He didn't have to reveal this to you and I. He didn't have to give us this much. He could have taken all this out and he's like, you don't get that. He is allowing us to learn. And this is huge. This book is unbelievable. And so I want you to just enjoy it because it's like, hey, he's like, I'm going to let you know some stuff about me. He's like, you're never going to know everything about me, but you're going to, thank you, Manners. He's like, I'm going to let you know some stuff about me. And he gave it to us in the form of a book. And it's unbelievable. It is absolutely unbelievable. We get to learn a fraction of a fraction of a fraction about who God is. And it's unreal, guys. Just enjoy the walk. It's not a sprint. It is not to see how fast you can read through a book. It's not as who can read, how many times did you read the Bible? No, it's not about doing it at all. It is about enjoying what you're learning and just spend time with him. It is devotion. He'd rather you have devotion for the Lord rather than the doctrine. Like they were rather than the church in Ephesus, they were so worried about their duties that they were doing for the Lord rather than their devotion for the Lord. Thank you, Jill. And so that is something that we need to be very sensitive to. Enjoy the walk. It's not a competition. It is you and I are on the same team. And we need to lift one another up and encourage one another, because I'm going to fall down flat on my face sooner or later. And then you guys get to pick me up, and then I'll just get to pick you up, and then you guys get to carry me, and then we'll just do some crowd surfing and be like, woo! It's going to be wonderful. Anyways, Psalm chapter 32. Psalm chapter 32. In Psalm chapter 32, verse 1 and 2, it says, "Blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. Blessed is the man to whom the Lord does not impute iniquity, and in whose spirit there is no deceit." These two verses here are so good. Blessed is he whose transgression is forgiven, whose sin is covered. Is that you? Is that you? Because it's me. I mean, that's me, and I praise God for that. But man, there are some things here in Psalm chapter 32, verse 1 and 2 that we need to unpack. There are 3 words that we should unpack. In Psalm 32, verse 1, you have the word transgression. You also have the word sin. And then in verse 2, you have the word iniquity. So you have sin, transgression, and iniquity in verse 1 and 2 of Psalm 32. So you have those 3 things there, but it's important to understand that they are different. They are not the same thing. They are different. So let's unpack them. So sin is where you understand what the goal is. And the goal is to hit the target. And so if I have a bow and arrow and I unleash it and it goes and it hits you, I hit the target. But if I have a bow and arrow and I aim over here and I loose, it will fly over here and I will miss the target. But I was aiming for the target, I just missed it. If you go out onto the gun range and you shoot, you're not going to hit the target all the time. Sometimes maybe some people will, but there's people who miss all the time. And my point here is to understand that you're aiming at the target, you just missed. And so that's what sin is. Transgression is something that is much different. Transgression is seeing a line in the sand and somebody's saying, don't cross that line. And you're like, okay, I hear what you're saying. And then you cross that line anyways. That would be transgressing. That would be trespassing in a sense. And so if you just want to pick, imagine a do not, a private property, and you just walk on by it anyways when you see that sign, that would be transgression. The next one is iniquity. Iniquity is different than sin and transgression. Iniquity is when you transgress, after you transgress, when somebody says, hey, is that okay? And you basically are bending the law. You understand what God says. You take what God says, and then you bend it to fit your life. There's a lot of people in the world right now who are bending God's law to fit their life. There's a lot of people who want to live a certain lifestyle. There's a lot of people who want to do certain things before marriage. There's a lot of people who want to do this and do this and do this because it makes them feel good and live your best life and you do you and all this, speak your truth. And they understand, thank you, Philana, they understand, and then they bend it because they're like, I want to keep doing what I'm doing. And so since I'm doing what I'm doing, that is me bending God's law to fit the lifestyle I want to live. And that is what they do. And so it's interesting to see what the differences are. Sin is where they actually try to hit the target, but they just miss. Transgression is when there's a line in the sand and there's a sign that says, do not cross. You see it and you're like, I'm going to cross it anyways. Iniquity is when you are you understand all of those things. You have already transgressed, but then you twist it. You twist God's law or you bend God's law to fit it how you want it to. And so those are the 3 ideas there. So that's important to understand because of what is back in Ezekiel chapter 28, because in Ezekiel chapter 28, you have sin that is mentioned with Lucifer, but then you also have iniquity that is mentioned with Lucifer as well. But there's another word in Psalm chapter 32, verse 2. In Psalm chapter 32, verse 2, it says, blessed is the man to whom the Lord does not impute iniquity, in whose spirit there is no deceit. Now, I thought this was kind of fun just to talk about, so we can go do this real quick. Let's go to John chapter 1. John chapter 1, in John chapter 1, there's this conversation between Philip and Nathanael. John chapter 1, verse something, verse 44, verse 45. In John chapter 1, verse 45, John chapter 1, verse 45, it says, Philip found Nathanael and said to him, "We have found him of whom Moses in the law and also the prophets wrote, Jesus of Nazareth, the son of Joseph." And Nathanael said to him, "Can anything good come out of Nazareth?" Philip said to him, "Come and see." Jesus saw Nathanael coming toward him and said of him, "Behold, an Israelite indeed, in whom is no deceit." So the word deceit there is something that I would appreciate you to pay attention to, the word deceit. And so here, the word deceit is connected all the way back to Psalm 32, because in Psalm 32, the word deceit is also used there as well. But the idea here in John chapter 1 is really kind of cool to see, because Nathanael is basically found by Philip. Philip brings Nathanael to go find Jesus, or to go see Jesus. And then as Jesus sees Nathanael coming towards him, Jesus says to Nathanael, he's like, "Oh, an Israelite, in whom is no deceit." Now, this is really interesting. That's an important thing. And so let's keep reading. In John chapter 1, verse 48, it says, Nathanael said to him, "How do you know me?" And Jesus answered and said to him, "Before Philip called you, when you were under the fig tree, I saw you." Nathanael answered and said to him, "Rabbi, you are the Son of God. You are the King of Israel." Now, what's interesting about this passage is that what happened here? Why did Nathanael go from being super skeptical about who Jesus was, and then when he sees Jesus, Jesus says like 10 words to him, and then Nathanael just completely changes his tune? The reason is because of what happened. Jesus said that he saw Nathanael under the fig tree. But the clue is in verse 47, where Jesus says to Nathanael, "In whom is no deceit." So the idea of no deceit means, or has the implication, that while Nathanael was under the fig tree, he was talking. He was having a conversation with God. So get the picture. It seems that Nathanael is out in the middle of nowhere, just by himself. There is not a sound of a human person anywhere. There's nobody around. And so Nathan is just under there, and he's just relaxing. And he's just you know, like what you do. You're just chilling, and you're just out there in your own mind, your own thoughts, and you're just having a conversation with the Lord. You might not even be talking out loud, but you're under a fig tree, and you're just giving thanks. You're talking to God. You're telling him your struggles, what's going on. You're like, "Lord, help me." You ask for forgiveness. And that's what he did. So Nathanael asked for forgiveness, which means he was cleansed. You know, in 1 John 1, it says, "If we confess our sins, he is faithful and just to forgive us our sins and to cleanse us." It's interesting because when Nathanael was talking to Jesus, Nathanael had just got done taking a bath, spiritually speaking. He had just got done confessing his sins. And so when Nathanael walks up to Jesus, Jesus sees him. He's like, you just confessed your sins. He's like, that's why he said to Nathanael, he's like, "There's no deceit in you, because you just confessed your sins just a little bit ago." And so it seems that Nathanael was just previously cleansed, in a sense. You know, he had the Christian's bar of soap in that kind of context. It's really interesting to see that kind of stuff. It's fascinating because Jesus says that there is no deceit in him. And so that's really kind of cool, which also has implications because in Revelation chapter 14, you have the 144,000 that are, virgins. They have not defiled themselves with women. And it says that there is in whom is no deceit. And it really makes you think, like, those 144,000 are somehow going to be energized by the Holy Spirit in a way that you and I can't ever even come close to, like, really experiencing at this time, because that is going to be a different chapter in history when the 144,000 actually enter the scene. You and I will be gone by that point, but in them it says there is no deceit, and so that's really, really interesting. Really kind of changes like your picture when you're actually thinking about the 144,000. You're like, holy smokes, like what how deep does that actually go? Anyways, let's go back to Ezekiel chapter 28. Ezekiel chapter 28. In Ezekiel chapter 28 verse 15, Ezekiel chapter 28 verse 15, it says, Ezekiel chapter 28 verse 15, it says, you were perfect in your ways from the day you were created. Okay, so again, it's important to recognize that this is a created thing. God is not talking to a human being because, number one, remember, he's talking to the king of Tyre, and he's telling the king of Tyre that he was in Eden. The human king of Tyre was never in Eden. The power behind the king of Tyre was in the Garden of Eden. So he is talking to Satan, and Satan actually was created. So it says in verse 15, you were perfect in your ways from the day you were created till iniquity was found in you. And so there's that word iniquity that we just got done unpacking. And you see all three different forms, sin, transgression, and iniquity in Psalm 32, which is why we went to Psalm 32. So God says, till iniquity was found in you. And then we go to verse 16. In Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 16, it says, by the abundance of your trading, you became filled with violence within, and you sinned. Therefore, I cast you as a profane thing out of the mountain of God, and I destroyed you, O covering cherub, from the midst of the fiery stones. So here in verse 16, we'll stay here for a second. In Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 16, it says, by the abundance of your trading. Now, the idea behind the word trading is something that will help us, or a way that will help us understand what the idea behind the word trading is, going back to verse 4 and 5. So let's go back to Ezekiel 28, verse 4 and 5. In Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 4, it says, with your wisdom and your understanding, you have gained riches for yourself. Now again, here in verse 4 and 5, God is addressing the human. He's addressing the human. In verse 16, God is addressing Satan. In verse 4 and 5, God is talking to the human prince of Tyre. So in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 4, it says, with your wisdom and your understanding, you have gained riches for yourself, and gather gold and silver into your treasuries. By your great wisdom in trade, you have increased your riches, and your heart is lifted up because of your riches. So this trading here is interesting to understand the different dynamic. Remember, what the prince of Tyre did was paralleling what Satan did. The prince, the human, basically everything he did was applicable to Satan. So with that understanding, in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 4 and 5, the prince gained his riches by going from port to port to port with all of the ships. Remember, he was in charge of the Mediterranean Sea. All of the ships that wanted to come in could only come in if he allowed them to. All of the ships that wanted to go out would only go out if he allowed them to. And because he was in control of that little economy right there, he was gaining so much money. And because of that, he became super, super powerful. And so his ships were going port to port, but the king of Tyre, instead of going port to port, the king of Tyre, Satan, he didn't go port to port with ships. He went angel to angel to angel. And so the idea is that just like the human king of Tyre, like the human prince of Tyre, he gained a lot of money because of his trading with ships. The king of Tyre, Satan, he gained the allegiance of angels because he went from angel to angel to angel to angel. And he was essentially bad-mouthing God. And he's like, don't worship God. God is this. Don't worship God. Look at how beautiful I am. Do you see how wise I am? Do you see like how awesome I got, all this stuff going on? He's like, don't worship God, worship me. And this is when Satan became the father of lies. And so that is in, you can read about him being the father of lies in John chapter 8 if you would like to. But he was bad-mouthing God, which is he was essentially slandering God. He was sliming his name. So he became the father of lies, which is when he became filled with violence. And this, he was filled with violence, and he basically had, obviously we understand that he had 1/3 of the angels. He was able to draw 1/3 of the angels. We see that from... from from Revelation chapter 12. That's funny. Revelation chapter 12 verse 4, we see that his tail drew 1/3 of the stars. And so we understand that Satan was insane. Hey, Monica, thank you so much. In Revelation chapter 12 verse 4, it says, his tail drew 1/3 of the stars of heaven and threw them to the earth. And the dragon stood before the woman who was ready to give birth to devour her child as soon as it was born. So here in Revelation chapter 12, verse 4, we see, hello, sweets. We see that that Satan, when he fell, he brought 1/3 of the angels with him. And so that means that only 2/3 of the angels kept their proper domain, their proper abode. If you go to Jude again, let's go back to Jude. In Jude, verse 6, in Jude chapter 1, verse 6, there's only one chapter. In Jude 1, verse 6, it says, and the angels who did not keep their proper domain, but left their own abode. It's interesting because you have angels who left. They left, and they left their proper domain. They did not keep their proper domain. They left their abode and they followed Satan. It's interesting to recognize that Satan is so good at what he's doing, and that's part of deception. People don't recognize that they are deceived. People think that they're not deceived. That's part of the deception. It's crazy. And we'll talk more about deception here in a little bit. But these angels believed the lie. Just think about that. The angels, they're in heaven. They get to see a whole bunch of stuff that we have never seen, and they see Lucifer, and they choose Lucifer, which was a creature, rather than the creator. Fascinating. Just let that sink in. Like, holy smokes. The father of lies is a perfect title because he is still doing that, and it is it's still ongoing to this day. But in Ezekiel, going back to Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 16, in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 16, it says, by the abundance of your trading, you became filled with violence within, and you sinned. Therefore, I cast you as a profane thing out of the mountain of God. And I destroyed you, O covering cherub, from the midst of the fiery stones. So here you have the mountain of God being introduced again, the mountain of God. So with the idea of the throne, it says, therefore I cast you as a profane thing out of the throne of God. Or some people actually think that it was a literal humongous mountain. Who knows? But again, the idea seems to be that makes the most sense, the throne of God. And then it goes on to say, and I destroyed you, O covering cherub. So remember, the covering has the idea of a canopy. He had a canopy. He's like, I destroyed you. But the word destroyed here isn't like God literally didn't destroy him. That hasn't happened yet. So what does this word destroyed mean? Thank you, Monica. The word destroyed here has the idea of being removed from his position. So Satan was removed from his position. And what position was he removed from? Well, remember, he was assigned the Garden of Eden before the fall, which was the mineral garden. So he was assigned that garden, and so he lost his position in the garden. And so that's interesting because, as we know from Genesis, after he was cast out, there was a cherub who was guarding the Garden of Eden. The reason why that a cherub was placed in the Garden of Eden to guard it was not because God was worried about Adam and Eve getting back in there. He was worried about Satan getting back in there. And so in order to combat a cherub, you put a cherub there to protect it. But here, Satan loses his position, and he doesn't lose his position. Hey, thank you, Ashley. Thank you so much for the heart. In Ezekiel chapter 28, let's talk about some of the stuff that I think is kind of good to at least talk about a little bit. In Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 13, you have 10 stones that are mentioned here. You have the sardis, topaz, diamond, beryl, onyx, jasper, sapphire, turquoise, emerald with gold. So those are 10 stones that are given to us right there. But these stones, when we're told about these 10 stones, and all of these 10 stones are connected to the breastplate of the high priest. You guys remember the breastplate of the high priest? There would be this square, and the breastplate of the high priest would have 10, or not 10 stones, but 12 stones. Let's go to Exodus chapter 28, verse 17 real fast. Go to Exodus chapter 28, verse 17. Exodus chapter 28, verse 17. In Exodus chapter 28, verse 17, it says this, and this is in regards to the high priest. In Exodus chapter 28, verse 17, it says, "And you shall put settings of stones in it, 4 rows of stones. The first row shall be a sardis, a topaz, and an emerald. This shall be the first row. The second row shall be a turquoise, a sapphire, and a diamond. The third row a jacinth, and a agate, and an amethyst. And the fourth row a beryl, an onyx, and a jasper. They shall be set in gold settings." So here you have 12 stones that are directly connected to the high priest. And so when you think about those stones and you understand that that here in Ezekiel chapter 28, the stones that are connected specifically to Lucifer are, you have 10 stones that are directly connected to Lucifer, and 10 of those stones are directly connected to the high priest. And so all I'm saying is that there is a connection. There seems to be a connection. The 10 stones that basically are a canopy over Lucifer are directly connected to the high priest on their chest. And so that is something to be sensitive to, because this seems to be very significant. The difference is that for the king of Tyre, the stones were a canopy, but for the high priest, they were on the breastplate. The high priest had 12 stones and not 10, but Lucifer is described as having 10, or being connected to the 10 stones. And so what this may indicate is that Satan had priest-like duties before he fell. He may have served as a priest in heaven. So in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 13 through 14, it appears that Satan was a type of priest in heaven. And so in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 13, we also see musical instruments that some people believe to be musical instruments. There's 2 different ideas here, but it seems to make the most sense for this to be music capabilities, and so I'll just give you that one. Some people think that it's more, some other people think that the where it talks about in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 13, at the end of verse 13, it says, "The workmanship of your timbrels and pipes was prepared for you on the day you were created." Some people think that the workmanship of timbrels and pipes, the way that it translated, some people think that that's actually in regards to how the stones were set in, like the sockets. Like if you were going to put a stone in something, they think that it's describing how it was actually on him. But it seems to make the most sense that this is referring to musical instruments, musical capabilities. And there's added reasons to believe that, because in Isaiah chapter 14, it also talks about instruments. And so it just seems to make the most sense for this to be related to musical instruments. which is really interesting because when you connect music to these stones, there's some people who even say that the stones could have a possibility of him playing music with the light that came out of the stones, which is really interesting. Because you and I, we picture like a little banjo or a little fiddle or a little violin or like a guitar or a little flute or whatever. That's what we imagine, but that's in our imagination. That's what we're used to. That's normal for us. But what's abnormal for you and I is to imagine what is actually it's like when we get there. It's really crazy to visualize these things. And remember, in Revelation chapter 22, verse 3, I think it is, it talks about how there is the tree of life, and on the tree of life there was 12 different fruits there on that tree of life. And so when you think about 12 different fruit on one single tree, you're clearly in a different dimension. Like, that doesn't make any sense. It's a different world. And so that is what we have to look forward to. And so things that are happening there is different than what is happening here. And so it's really interesting to at least, play around with, not that you're going to be dogmatic about anything there, obviously, but it's just interesting to just think about it. Like, when we get home, when we're home with the Lord, we're going to see Ryan, hello, Meredith. We're going to see different colors. We're going to hear different sounds. We're going to be able to do things that we can't do right now. It's like, just allow yourself to think about that, because that's what it's going to be like. Remember when Jesus returned after he was crucified and after he rose again, when he showed up, his disciples were in a room. They were in a cube, with 4 walls and the floor and a ceiling. So there was 6, completely surrounded in. And then Jesus just appears. He just shows up. He's like, this is not even a thing. He's like, you guys are, and but all of the disciples, all the people that were there were like losing their mind. And so it's just the rules are different where we're going. And so it's just interesting to kind of like allow yourself to just think about that for a second. Anyways, it doesn't matter, but going back to these stones and going back to Satan, and the possible connection, thank you, Manners, the possible connection that these stones are connected to the high priest, and how it seems that Satan had priest-like duties in heaven before he fell, is really, really provocative. But in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 18, you see a little bit more to add to the reason why you can see like a priestly role. In Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 18, it says, you defiled your sanctuaries. Thank you, Ponderosa. Oh, snap. Man, you guys remember Ponderosa? Does that even exist anymore? They had I remember going there when I was like 10, and I would always get their pudding. Hi. Yeah, Wendy, I remember. It's so good. But in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 18, it says, you defiled your sanctuaries. And so you have musical capabilities, you have your sanctuaries, and that is all priest-like activity. And so when you think about the priest-like activity there, it seems to be a very, Satan could have possibly been a worship type leader, because a high priest would lead the people in worship. And so that seems to have been a role of Satan before he fell. Could be, maybe, maybe not. But it seems, with the information that we're getting, with the stones, with the music, with the sanctuaries, by your sanctuaries, meaning he was in charge of them, it's really, really interesting to unpack this, or try to at least visualize this kind of stuff. But while Satan was in his second abode in the mineral garden, he fell. He fell. And when he fell, that is what is described in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 16. Thank you, Bridget. In Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 16, through 19, this describes the fall of Satan. And so let's dive on into Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 16. In Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 16 through 19, it says, "By the abundance of your trading, you became filled with violence within, and you sinned. Therefore, I cast you as a profane thing out of the mountain of God, and I destroyed you, O covering cherub, from the midst of the fiery stones." Again, so Satan was destroyed from the midst of fiery stones, which means he was walking in between the midst of the fiery stones. He was destroyed from the midst of the fiery stones, which is why it seems that the Garden of Eden, before Adam and Eve were even created, it seems that the Garden of Eden looked much differently when Satan was basically in charge of that place, in charge of that location, which is really interesting, which is why you can refer to it as a mineral garden. But when you dive into Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 17, in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 17, it says, "Your heart was lifted up because of your beauty. You corrupted your wisdom for the sake of your splendor. I cast you to the ground. I laid you before kings that they might gaze at you." Now that's interesting to think about this, because here, number one, in verse 17, you see Satan's heart was lifted up because of his beauty. You know, there's a lot of beautiful people in the world, and there's nothing wrong with being beautiful. There's absolutely nothing wrong with being beautiful. But there is something wrong when you get prideful because of your beauty. And there's a lot of people, like our world right now is so self-aware. It's crazy. And we talked about this the other night or the other morning about how there was once upon a time where people didn't even have a mirror. Like you would just like wake up and like you just be like, this is what you're getting. This is I just woke up this way, and they actually meant it, right? And so, but now you and I are living in a culture to where there's all kinds of filters. You can take a picture, you can Photoshop, and everybody's Photoshopping things, and this is like what I want to look like, and they do like a whole bunch of curves, and they're like, oh, let's remove that wrinkle, and like let's put over here, and like I want to put a falcon, no, that's not Photoshop, that's a real falcon, and my point here is that people, go above and beyond to look a certain kind of way because they're so mindful of how everybody else perceives them. And that's the culture that we are born and raised into now. And that's just how it is. And so it's just like the very first thing, what is the first thing here? I know what you guys are going to say. If there's like all of us in everybody in here, all 219 people in here, if we all gathered together and somebody took a picture of all of us and then everybody was handed a copy of that photo, what is the first thing you are going to look at when you look at that photo? Where are you going to look? What are you going to look at? You are going to look for yourself, right? You're going to be like, where am I at? I know I'm in here. I know there it is. Yes, you. You're going to look for yourself. And that's just interesting. We look for ourselves. We're going to be like, oh, I blinked. And remember that episode of on the Office when they were all going to take a photo and they were all going to jump at the same time. And then, oh man, they just couldn't do it. It's just so good. My point here is to at least if you guys don't watch The Office, then I don't what are you even doing? No, I'm totally kidding. Let's get back to it. But in Ezekiel chapter 28, take another picture. Hello. Hi. What's up, Mark? Good to see you, man. And so going back to this study in Satan right now, Ezekiel chapter 28, in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 17, it says, "Your heart was lifted up because of your beauty. You corrupted your wisdom for the sake of your splendor." And so here, his heart was lifted up because of his beauty. And so, like I said, there's nothing wrong with being beautiful, but that's something that can be used against you. Just anything can be used against you. And we just basically need to remember that whatever you have been given, it is literally for God's glory. Literally. It's just a matter of if you're using it for God's glory or not. There's a lot of people who are not using anything for God's glory. And a lot of people think that it's all about them, which is why it's interesting going to the book of Genesis, because one of the questions or a couple of the questions that naturally arise are, who am I? Where am I going? What is my purpose? What is your purpose is to literally glorify God. That's what your purpose is. Well, that seems like it's like oh, that God seems like not a God worth worshiping. It's just like people do not recognize how much of a mercy it is to still be living right now. Like, we think that my opinion matters. We think that you think that your opinion matters. And like, oh, these people over here who have like a degree and they just like say, or people who make a living just basically trying to refute the Bible is crazy to me. And so we forget that the wages of sin is death. That's crazy. Eve literally took a bite. She disobeyed one time, death penalty. Crazy. This is how serious sin is. We need to remember how serious sin is. There's sin that we allow in our life, and we're like, it's not that big of a deal. We justify it. It turns into iniquity. We bend it to where it's like, oh, it's okay, I'm going to allow this here, and it's not that big of a deal. And so when we remember how serious it actually is, then all of a sudden you start looking at your life a little bit differently. And then all of a sudden you're like, I'm sure there's some people in here who are actually thinking of something that is currently in their life, and they're like, you know what, this shouldn't be here. And then many people are going to be like, I'm just going to start thinking about something else because I don't want to change. And so there's a lot to consider there. It's not easy. It is, some people say that being a Christian is easy. I would argue much differently. The world loves its own. If you are a part of the world, then they are going to love you. But if you are not of it, then it is going to be a bumpy ride. You will be going against the grain. You will be swimming upstream, and that is going to be much more difficult. And so, anyways, going back to Ezekiel chapter 28, in verse 17, it says, your heart was lifted up because of your beauty. You corrupted your wisdom for the sake of your splendor. And then it says, I cast you to the ground. I laid you before kings that they may gaze at you. Now, the reason why this is important here, or at least worth talking about, is because this didn't happen. When Satan was cast out, he was not laid before kings. And so the reason why we know that this is what is referred to as a prophetic perfect, which basically means that this is this is describing a future event as if it had already happened. And so God, or Ezekiel, is describing Satan being laid before kings as if it's already happened. But it hasn't happened yet. But he's describing it as if it already has happened. Now, what's interesting about time, I was thinking about this earlier, is that you and I, we're in time. And so like when you talk about time, like it's a rather difficult thing to really grasp. But the idea is if you are, and I use this analogy all the time, and so you guys can, it'll probably be helpful if you haven't heard it. But I want you to imagine you're sitting on the sidewalk and you're waiting for a parade. And you look to your left and you see the parade coming towards you. And the parade is getting closer and closer, and then it's right in front of you. And then it goes by, and then it's passing, and then the whole parade continues on, and then it goes down the road, and then it takes a right, and then you can't see the parade anymore. Well, the idea into you, from your perspective, is that you saw it. It was right in front of you, and then it kept going, and then it was out of sight. So to you, from your perspective in time, the parade was over, but it just took a right. And so I want you to now imagine you are up in a helicopter. Thank you, Renee. Imagine you are up in a helicopter looking down on the parade. And so you can see from an aerial view, you see the parade from way up here. You're looking down and you see it take a right, you see it take a left, you see it take a right, a left, right, left, right. You can see the parade. You can see the beginning of the parade. You see the middle of the parade. You see the end of the parade. And so what's interesting about that is that this allows you to at least view time from a different perspective. Because there's different perspectives, right? You have boots on the ground perspective and then up here. Now, the idea of an up here perspective is how God sees time. So it's interesting because from God's point of view, who sees the end from the beginning, he sees Satan as he's been cast to the ground and that he was laid before kings that they might gaze at him. From God's perspective, he's like, this is already done. What are you talking about? He's like, I see the end from the beginning. Like, to me, this is already done. Like, what are you talking about? And so it's fascinating to see from God's point of view compared to my point of view or Ezekiel's point of view or your point of view. But God is speaking here in a prophetic, perfect kind of tense, which is a future event, and it's described as though it's already happened. Thank you, Renee, and thank you, Bridget. And so it's really kind of neat. And this goes hand in hand because, this, if you guys want to go to Ephesians chapter 2, in Ephesians chapter 2, verse 6, in Ephesians chapter 2, verse 6, it says, and raised us up together and made us sit together in heavenly places. Thank you, Sabrina. It says, and raised us up together and made us sit together in the heavenly places in Christ Jesus. That's in Ephesians chapter 2, verse 6. So we are, if you're a born-again believer, Paul is describing to us in Ephesians that we are sitting in heavenly places. We are currently seated in heavenly places. And so when you think about being seated in heavenly places, you're just like, well, wait a second. Why is he saying that in the past tense? He says, made us sit. Made, as in like it's already happened. Like Paul was talking about it as if it's happening right now. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. The word have there in John 3:16 is present tense, meaning if you believe, if you are that whosoever, if that is you in John 3:16, if you believe, you have eternal life right now. It's not when you die, then you'll get it. No, you have it right now. Your name is already written down. It's not going to be blotted out, which is really kind of cool. So here from Ezekiel chapter 28, in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 17, it says, your heart was lifted up because of your beauty. You corrupted your wisdom for the sake of your splendor. I cast you to the ground. I laid you before kings that they might gaze at you. Remember, this didn't happen when Satan fell. There were no kings for Satan to be, for the kings to gaze upon Satan. Because when Satan fell, Adam and Eve didn't even exist yet. And so this won't happen until he is in his fifth abode. The kings are not going to be able to gaze at Satan until Satan is in his fifth abode. The fifth abode is the abyss. Now, currently, we're still talking about the second abode, but we're going to be talking about his third abode here in a little bit. But let's skip forward a little bit. I know we're going all over the place, but let's talk about Satan's fifth abode since we're here in Ezekiel chapter 28. Let's talk about the time when Satan is going to be gazed at. There is going to be a time where all of these kings are going to gaze. They're going to look at him, and they're going to look at Satan, and they're going to marvel. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 14. So, if you guys are ever trying to remember, like which chapters in the Bible speak on or give you information about Satan, a good way to remember that, or at least the way that I remember it, is it's Isaiah 14 and it's Ezekiel 28. The reason why it's easier for me to remember in that way is because 14 plus 14 equals 28. So if you remember 14 and 28, then you'll be able to remember Isaiah and Ezekiel. So Isaiah and Ezekiel, Isaiah 14, Ezekiel 28. It's 14 and 14 equals 28. So hopefully that makes sense. But let's talk about this time, the time when kings are going to basically look at Satan and marvel. In Isaiah 14, verse 9, Isaiah chapter 14, verse 9, this chapter here just gives us a lot of information. Good math. Thanks, Julie. Oh, don't ask me to do math. I love math. I just love lamp. But in Isaiah 14, verse 9, it says, hell from beneath is excited about you to meet you at your coming. It stirs up the dead for you, all the chief ones of the earth. It has raised up from their thrones all the kings of the nations. So there you have all the kings of the nations are raising up from their thrones because they're hearing. All hell from beneath is excited about you. This is talking about Satan or the Antichrist. So in verse 10, it says, they all shall speak and say to you, have you also become as weak as we? Have you become like us? Your pomp is brought down to Sheol. And here you have another musical, you have some more musical instrument ideas here. But in Isaiah chapter 14, verse 11, it says, your pomp is brought down to Sheol, and the sound of your stringed instruments, the maggot is spread under you, and worms cover you. So sound of your string instruments also gives you another idea of how Satan is basically a worship leader. And it's really interesting when you think about music, like in the music industry in our world today, there's a lot of people who put an unbelievable amount of weight into worship music. And this is happening in many churches. Like, people go to churches because of the worship. They go to churches because it's basically a concert. And they go there and they put their hands up in the air and, they're singing some songs. And it's really heartbreaking and the reason why this is heartbreaking is because the Word of God has a hard time competing against a concert. And that's what's tragic. Because you go there and you just like everybody's all excited and they're singing and praising. And then after that, which takes like 35 minutes to 45 minutes, then a person goes up there and like it's a very, very tip of the iceberg, very, I don't even know if they're even Christians half the time, that are up there. A lot of pastors are not really pastors. A lot of pastors just have the title of pastor and they're just up there talking about stuff. And like they'll label themselves head pastor or senior pastor, and it's almost like it's like what? And so music is something that our culture and our world just strives for. It's something that we all relate. Like, I mean, we all love it, right? Like, we all love music. We can't go anywhere without music. We drive to work. We have the radio on. We are just used to it, right? We're at work, we hear the radio in the background. We drive home from work, we hear the radio, we have music playing. We're outside at the pool, there's music going on. We're inside schools, we're at, like inside Walmart where there's music going on. You just have music everywhere. And so the thing that is important to understand is that when we are constantly being stimulated up here, then it's weird to have time where there's just nothing. When there is nothing going on, when it's quiet, then that is when you are actually thinking. It's hard to think when there is a song, because if there's like a song, like, I don't know, like let's just imagine like a Luke Combs song comes on right now. It's just like we're just all gonna we're just going to get on in with it. But it's just, my point here is when a song comes on, my mind is now occupied. And so what's interesting is that when it's quiet, like, I don't know what your guys' lifestyle is. I don't know if you're married or have kids or whatever. But when you're home, is it ever quiet? And so my point here is that when we allow ourselves to get quiet, then we're alone with our thoughts. And then it's just like, but it's important to do that, because when you go back in John chapter 1, when Nathanael was under the fig tree, he was having alone time. He was there. He was talking with God. And it's important to remember, but it's hard to remember in our culture today because music, and you have Satan, he's getting all up in it. And so people love music. They go to churches. People literally leave churches because they don't like the worship music. And I'm just like, this is crazy. I was just like, and I'm not trying to throw shade on anybody. I'm just saying, like, our church, for example, it's very, very traditional. We sing out of a hymn book. I love hymns. It's very, it's just a guitar. That's it. It's there, sometimes it's just a piano. It's never a piano and a guitar. It doesn't need to be anything fancy. But my point here is when you have a whole lights, camera, action, and fog show and all this kind of stuff, and like 15 people up there and 5 of them are on their face and just like throwing hands up in the air and the other one's doing the worm like across the scene. It's just like, what's going on? It's just like, and then the pastor gets up there and he's like, I got to compete with that. And so, and since they did that, and it's just like kind of like the what was that movie, the other guys, like when he's like, we're gonna go in there, we're gonna play good cop bad cop, and he's like, oh, I thought you said bad cop bad cop. I was like, man, you went really bad. And so he's like, I just had to really ramp it up. And so Will Ferrell's in there just like freaking out. My point here is that when the worship is way up here, the pastor can't even compete, and so he's gonna one up, and it's just like how, and so it's a distraction. It's a huge distraction. I mean, if you go back and you look at like what, like back, in the first century, like when Paul was going around, preaching and whatnot, they were just trying to get as close as they possibly could. Hey, thank you, Bridget. They were just trying to get as close as they could because they wanted to hear the word of God. But right now in our world, the word of God is boring. You know what's really cool? Iron Man. You know what's really fun to watch? Spider-Man. Thank you, Renewed. And so it's really hard for God to compete with these superheroes and these influential people who are out there, and it's difficult. And so I would just challenge you to turn it off. Just turn it off. Just be alone. Just be alone with the Lord. Be quiet. Be quiet with the Lord. Especially when you recognize that Satan is going to be using that stuff, because it seems like he is very intimately connected to music. And here you see that in Isaiah chapter 14. In Isaiah chapter 14, verse 11, it says, your pomp is brought down to Sheol, and the sound of your stringed instruments. The maggot is spread under you, and worms cover you. So in Isaiah chapter 14, verse 12, what's up, Ed? Hello, Faith. Hello. In Isaiah chapter 14, verse 12, it says, how you are fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning, how you are cut down to the ground, you who weakened the nations. You know what's interesting about that phrase right there? Like, I can't ever get it out of my mind. Like, the whole world is up in arms about the left and right? Like the Republicans and the Democrats. Like, at least here in America, I don't know what country you guys are from, but everybody is like pointing fingers at the other people. Like, it's always you. It's like we forget. And so one of the greatest lies of Satan is to convince people that Satan does not exist. And so the tactic here is to get us to start pointing fingers at one another and be like, oh, did you see this? Did you see this? Did you see this? And so if he's getting everybody focused on each other, then Satan's just hanging out in the background, just being like, he's just eating popcorn. And it's crazy to see that. He's just like, he's like, I don't even need to do anything more. He's like, this is all just taking care of itself at this point. And it's just crazy. It is just crazy. But here we understand who is actually at the forefront of weakening the nations. It's Satan. It says, how you are fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning, how you are cut down to the ground, you who weakened the nations. For you have said in your heart, I will ascend into heaven. And here we get into the 5 I will statements of Satan. The 5 I will statements of Satan are here in Isaiah chapter 14, verse 13. It says, for you have said in your heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will also sit on the mount of the congregation on the farthest sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. Typical. Hi, Joe. I don't think I've ever joined a live and just said typical before. I don't know what that's in reference to, but yeah, it's typical. Why are you? It's just typical. Oh man, it's good to have you, Mr. Joe. When you get to Isaiah 14, in Isaiah 14. Verse 13, it says, for you have said in your heart. The first thing that I think is good to recognize is that he said it in his heart. And so this, you can draw a very solid connection to Matthew chapter 5, because in Matthew chapter 5, Jesus is talking, he's basically combating the Pharisaical teaching in Matthew chapter 5, because the Pharisees had gone so far off the mark. Remember the way the Pharisees, hey, thank you, mister. In Matthew chapter 5, the Pharisees, what they ended up doing, so God gave them God's law. Like, right, they had like all 10 commandments, 613, whatever. And so as time progressed from when God gave Israel their commandments, Israel, as time progressed, they got further and further away from God's law. And it kept getting further and further and further and further and further away. And so the Pharisees, who were the religious leaders, the religious sect, or a religious sect at that time, you had the Pharisees, Sadducees, and whatnot. But the Pharisees, they started adding their own law. And so the Pharisees, in an attempt to protect God's law, they created their own fence around God's law. And so I want you to imagine that this right here is God's law. And what the Pharisees did was they created their own man-made laws around God's laws, because if they thought that building their own laws, it would prevent humans from getting close to God's law. And so they started forming their own laws, and then over time, it became law. It became the most important thing ever. And so the Jewish people couldn't do anything right anymore, and they were just failing left and right, and they're like, they became so legalistic. And so in Matthew chapter 5, Jesus shows up, and he, in Matthew 5, 6, and 7, he gives the Sermon on the Mount, and he basically tells them, he says, you have heard that it was said this way. And so basically Jesus is like saying, you have heard that these guys said this. And then he's like, but I say this. You have heard that it's only adultery if you do it physically. He's like, but I say. And so he's basically combating their way of teaching. And so that ruffled their feathers, and the Pharisees hated Jesus for it. It was a terrible whole thing, right? And so they looked for a way to get rid of Jesus, which is, you can continue reading that story and you'll find how that one ends. But what you end up seeing there is that Jesus wasn't paying attention to what people were physically doing. He's like, it doesn't matter what you do physically. It is what is going on in your heart. It's the heart of the matter is always the matter of the heart. And so it's really, really important to recognize that, because here in Isaiah chapter 14 in verse 13, in Isaiah 14 verse 13, it says, for you have said in your heart. And so there's some people in here who haven't really done anything bad physically, but in their heart, myself included, in our hearts, it's all bad, right? And so it's really interesting when you stop looking at what people are doing physically and you're like, I wonder what's going on in here and here. And so here it says, just, using Lucifer as an example, thank you, Mrs. Shelley, using Lucifer as an example, it says, for you have said in your heart, I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. Now, what's interesting about here in verse 13, where it says, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God, the stars of God, thank you, Manners, the stars of God is going to be, it's alluding to the angels, the stars of God. So it's not like a literal, shining star, like twinkle, twinkle, little. No, this is talking, he's saying, I'm going to exalt my throne above the angels of God. I'm going to be the highest. And so it's interesting because when you look at stars in connection to angels, I think there's like one time in the Bible where it actually is not even, it's actually alluding to literal stars. I think the rest of them might be talking about angels, and you can, that's up for debate, obviously. But you see stars, falling from heaven. You see that in Revelation chapter 9, a star falls from heaven and he was given a key to the bottomless pit. You see Lucifer is a fallen star as well, a fallen angel. You see stars in Job chapter 38, how the stars of heavens sang when God created God created the earth, they were there. They were rejoicing over it. And so stars are connecting to angels. And so here in Isaiah chapter 14, verse 13, where it says, I will exalt my throne above the stars of God, that is speaking about he's going to be above all of the angels. And then it goes on and says, I will also sit on the mount of the congregation on the farthest sides of the north. Now, what's interesting about this is very, very revealing. This is telling, like, Lucifer is letting us know how much he actually understands about God's word. Now, understand that the mount of the congregation on the farthest side of the north, that is speaking to the millennial kingdom. That is speaking about the messianic kingdom, the 1,000 years where Jesus is reigning on the earth. And so Satan is saying that he is going to sit on that mount. Do you remember we just went through this not too long ago? But during the millennial kingdom, when God comes back, in Revelation chapter 16, it talks about how all of the nations, the cities of the nations are going to fall. Do you guys remember that? I don't know if you remember that. In Revelation chapter 16, I forget what verse it is again, but it talks about how after the last bowl is poured out onto the earth, it says that out of the temple, a voice came from the temple and said, it is done. And when it is done, that is talking about the time of Jacob's trouble is done. And so after the time of the tribulation, after the 7 years, after the final bowl judgment is poured out into the earth, God says it is done. And right after he says it is done, you see all of the nations of the cities of the nations falling. And whenever you see the word nations, it's Gentiles. And so it could say in Revelation chapter 16, I forget what verse it is again. It says, it's probably like verse like 15, 16. But it says, all of the cities of the nations, all of the Gentile nations fall. And so that's interesting because we talked about Revelation chapter 18 because it says all of Babylon is fallen, and it's become a dwelling place for demons. We understand that when Babylon, which seems to be all of the nations, which is a whole system, when all of it falls, it is going to absolutely crumble. It's going to literally crumble. And it says, but it's important to understand that it says the nations, the Gentile nations. So it's not talking about Jerusalem. Jerusalem's not going to fall. It says the cities of the nations. And so the Gentile nations are going to fall. And so when that falls, when Jesus' is boots on the ground, there is going to rise a new mountain. And on that mountain is going to sit a millennial temple. And we know that there needs to be a new mountain, a new temple mount, because the dimensions are given for us for this fourth temple that is yet future. And the dimensions for that fourth temple is 1 mile by 1 mile by 1 mile by 1 mile. This millennial temple that is going to exist sometime after the third temple is going to be massive. This thing is going to be ginormous. I mean, can you just imagine like trying to get from one side to the other and be like, like this is terrible. Why is this so big? Like, what are we doing in here? Why are there so many of us? Like, what's going on? It's going to be a huge temple. And so here in Isaiah 14, verse 13, where it says, I will exalt I will also sit on the mount of the congregation on the farthest sides of the north. This is Satan saying that he's going to be the one who's sitting there. He's going to be the one who's up there. He's going to be the one that everybody's going to want to come and see. He's like, no, that's God's role. That is what is going to be unique to Jesus. Jesus is what everybody's going to want to go see. But here in Isaiah 14, Satan is like, no, that's where I'm going to sit. I am also going to sit. It says, I will also sit on the mount of the congregation on the farthest sides of the north. No. God is not going to share his glory with Satan, but in Satan's heart, this is what his plans are. It's just not going to work out for him. I also want you to recognize that even though Satan is not going to complete any of these things, it was still sin. And when you understand that just because he intends on doing something which will never actually take place, it doesn't matter. It's sin. And so it's not about the actions, it's about the heart. And so here, his heart, it was his heart. This is something that will never take place. And even though it will never take place, it doesn't mean that it's not sin. It is sin even though it doesn't take place. And so hopefully that makes sense to you. Isaiah chapter 14. In Isaiah chapter 14, verse 14, it says, I will ascend above the heights of the clouds, hey, Leah, hello. It says, I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. Now, the clouds here, when clouds are used, this is a picture of the Shekinah glory. Now, the Shekinah glory, if you remember during the wilderness the wilderness wanderings, which is specific, you can read about that in the book of Numbers if you would like. Israel is wandering through the wilderness for 40 years, and they followed a cloud by day and a fire by night. A pillar of fire by night. So clouds. When Jesus ascended up into heaven in Acts chapter 2, he was taken up in clouds, right? When he returns with the clouds. Like you see clouds. And so this is a picture of Shekinah glory, which is interesting. But what it says in verse 14, it says, I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. So here, when the clouds are used, when they are used symbolically, it's in reference to the Shekinah glory. So here where it says, I will ascend above the heights of the clouds, it seems that he could be talking about how he is saying that he is going to ascend above the heights of the Shekinah glory, which means he is going to be above God's glory, which is not going to take place. In verse 14 at the end, it says, I will be like the Most High. This is interesting because the word here that he uses here is El Elyon. There's different words for God in the Bible. There's Elohim in Genesis 1:1. There's El Elyon, which is in Genesis chapter 14. You can go read about that. That's when in Melchizedek, when Abraham and Melchizedek are having a conversation. And, it says he is a king and priest of God Most High. The word Most High there is the same word that's used here in Isaiah 14, verse 14. Most High has the idea of being all-powerful, like he is almighty. And so here when Lucifer is pulling from that title, it's interesting that he chose that title because there's other titles that he could have pulled from, like what we talked about before, like El Roi, for example. ELROI is the God who sees. That's what that title means. He could have chose from other titles that he wanted to, but he specifically chose specifically chose El Elyon, which speaks to power. He wants power. He wants control. And so it's interesting that that's the title that he chose. But here in Isaiah chapter 14, you see some very, very serious connections to Satan and or the Antichrist, which could be interchangeable in different settings, which is why the book of Isaiah is so difficult, because sometimes it's just talking about a time period that was unique to Isaiah. Sometimes it was Isaiah was looking out into the future, and sometimes it was relating to the future and also unique to Isaiah at the same time, and you're just like, holy smokes, this gets really dynamic really quick. Okay, so that is Isaiah chapter 14. Let's go back to Ezekiel chapter 28. If you guys are new here, thank you so much for being here. My name is Ryan. We're just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter, verse by verse. We just finished the book of Revelation, and all of those studies are up here in my YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. If you wanted to go check it out, you are more than welcome to. If you wanted to go subscribe... What was that? What? Just got. What are we talking about? Thank you, Yogi. Thank you so much. But yeah, if you guys wanted to follow me over there, I'd appreciate it. Oh, it's a little. What is that? A kangaroo? What was that? Oh, it's a meerkat. That was way off, man. Thank you. Turning red again. It's getting red in here. I come from Vietnam. That's a really nice sweater. Where'd you get it? There's a link up here. There's a link if you guys wanted to go check it out. It's called Threads That Preach. It's a website. If you want to go check that out, you could. It's anything you got. If you guys ever buy anything over there, it supports this ministry. There's also ways, if you guys wanted to support this ministry, there's ways to do that in my TikTok profile. And if you do, thank you so much. And if you already are supporting this ministry, thank you so much. It's a huge blessing, and I literally take everything. Like, it almost makes me tear up just thinking about it. So thank you guys so much. You guys are a huge encouragement. And I'm very thankful. And like I said, I will continue these lives until all of the wheels fall off. I'm going to get down to one wheel pretty soon, and it's just going to be like, like we're still going. Guys, I hope I'm looking for the rapture, guys. I'm looking for our blessed hope. I just cannot wait. I am so stinking ready, and I know many of you guys are too. Sometimes you just get so tired, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. We are one day closer to home. This is a very temporary time down here, and we need to use what we've been given for such a time as this. What do you call a deer with no eyes? Oh, man, I feel like I know this. Thank you, Suzanne. Thank you so much. Our light afflictions. Come, Lord Jesus. Absolutely. No idea. Beyond ready. Oh man. Okay. You're welcome. Thank you. I have no idea. It's like I laugh because I'm just so disappointed. Like that's the reason why I'm laughing. I'm just disappointed. No, I'm just kidding. That's good. No idea. You gotta say it. I'll have to tell that to the hubby. You gotta put the redneck accent on it. No idea. Okay. What are we talking about? Yeah, if you guys haven't followed me on YouTube, I would encourage you to do that. It's so fun. What's up, Katie? Total dad joke, right? Awesome joke. What's funny is that my youngest, she didn't really understand jokes before, and so she would she would always say something, and she's 6 now, but this was when she was 4, and she would say something that wouldn't be funny at all, but then she would say joke like afterwards, and to let us know that it was a joke, and then we started losing it because she was doing it wrong, but it was hilarious. And so then it became a joke because we would just start saying joke at the end of everything. And so we would be like, yeah, it's really sunny outside. Joke. So anyways, my kids are doing much better. My husband and son still do that. Joke. That's fun. That's fun. It's little things. Very cute. Yes, Faith. Hello, Shelba. Tammy, hello. Hello, Wendy. Hello, everybody. If you guys are new here, thanks for being here. Anybody new? Is there anybody new? I would love... Thanks for being here if you are new. My name is Ryan. Just going through the Bible, and it's a fun time. So thank you for being here. You're new? The little things, absolutely. Hello, Wildflower. Thanks for being here. Me, Amanda. Hello, Amanda. My second time. Faith back in the house. Very cool. MGR 1965. Very cool. Just now, your attitude is so... Hey, thank you, Blair. Thanks. I committed the unforgivable sin and don't care. Is that bad? Eric. I think you would make a great stand-up comedian. Why? So people could just look at me and laugh. Thanks, Wendy. Oh, man. Blocked. No, I'm kidding. But I don't do well when I see actual human eyes, which is why this is so easy for me. This is not how it would be in actual real life. If you guys were all looking at me, I'd be like... And then... No, Jay, I'm not. My dad is. Hey, thank you, Danette. The unforgivable sin is not what you think it is. So I don't know if that was something that you were just like looking for, or if it's a weird thing to say. But Eric, if you want to message me, I would love to talk to you about it after this. That would be something that I think would be kind of cool. And that goes for anybody. If anybody ever has any questions, you guys don't even have to follow me here on TikTok. My messages are open for anybody and everybody. Just please don't yell at me, because I'll take it. Yeah. And it's going to take me a long time to finally block you because I will try to work on you. And it's just going to wear me out. So please just don't yell at me. No, but seriously. It's okay. If anybody's ever has any questions, you can feel free to reach out. I would love to talk to you and try to help if I can. I don't know everything, and I never will, but I can help where I can. And if I don't know, then I will try to figure it out for you. because then that will help me. So, where are you from? I am from Ohio. Thanks, Tammy. Okay, Ezekiel chapter 28. I think it's kind of fun. We're getting into some cool stuff here. But as per usual, this is all secondary. The main thing is always going to be the main thing, guys. And as per usual, that is how to know for sure you can get to heaven. It is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves, it is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. I would need you to remember that. It is for God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. And so that is everything. The gospel can be found in 1 Corinthians 15, and that is that Jesus died according to the scriptures, that he was buried, and that he rose again on the third day according to the scriptures. And praise God for that. Guys, I mean, think about that. That is unreal. I need you to think about this. Imagine being Isaiah in Isaiah chapter 6 when he's standing before God. He's seeing God, and the first thing that he says is, woe is me, I am undone. I am a man of unclean lips. Now, this is interesting because he's seeing God in his glorified form, right? That's unbelievable. And so, can you imagine that? And then him becoming a man. He literally became what he created. He became one of us. He left that to come here to die, knowing what he would go through. And he did that. And so that is, it's really unbelievable. And so when you think of that, that right there makes this what we're reading about, like the things that, this is the stuff that a lot of people love talking about, Satan. Let's talk about Jesus though, Let's get back into Ezekiel chapter 28. In Ezekiel chapter 28, it says in verse 17, Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 17, it says, your heart was lifted up because of your beauty. You corrupted your wisdom for the sake of your splendor. I cast you to the ground. I laid you before kings that they might gaze at you. Okay, so let's kind of refocus a little bit. The first abode, if you want to word it that way, the first abode of Satan was the throne, where he was the covering, where he was a canopy over the throne of God. He was the anointed cherub, the one who covers. He was the one covering the throne of God, whereas the other cherubim were the ones under it, whereas the seraphim were the ones around it, whereas the regular angels, the one that Michael the archangel is in charge of, were before the throne. And so you see a hierarchy of angels that are there, but Satan, or Lucifer, was the one who was anointed, the anointed cherub, the one who was over them. He was the overseer in a sense. So it's really interesting. So his first abode was the one who was covering the throne. The second one seems to be attached to the Garden of Eden. In the Garden of Eden, before Satan fell, seemed to be very closely connected to having stones. It seemed to be like a mineral garden before Satan fell. And then after Satan fell, it turned into a vegetable garden, which is when Adam and Eve entered the picture. And so the reason why we think that, or the reason why it seems to be that way, at least to me, is because it says time and time again in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 13, 14, 15, and 16, you see that Satan is walking in the midst of the fiery stones. And so you see him literally walking, and when he's walking, he's in the midst of the fiery stones. It gets really interesting. And so that's what is the belief of some. Some people believe something different. You can be the judge of that. This is obviously very, very much secondary. But then after that abode, he was kicked out. And when he was kicked out, he was kicked to the atmospheric heavens. And that is where he is currently operating today. So that is the third abode. Let's go check out Ephesians chapter 6. Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12. And let's check it out. In Ephesians chapter 6, Paul is talking about, this is the chapter where Paul is talking about putting on the whole armor of God. And before he starts talking about the armor, he tells you the reason why we need to put it on. In Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12, it says, "For we do not wrestle against flesh and blood." Now that is huge. That is something that I'm sure you guys are very familiar with, but it doesn't mean that you get it. We've talked about this many times, but you and I, we are not in an arm wrestling contest physically. If we were in an arm wrestling contest physically, then we would know that we would need to get in the gym and we would need to, do some curls for the girls and, sun's out, guns out type of thing. No, that's not what we're doing down here. We are not wrestling against flesh and blood. Thank you, Leah. We are wrestling against things that we cannot see. And so it is not, was that a stinging bee? Did you sting me with a little bee? Blocked. But this idea, is the spiritual warfare comes in the form of lying. And that's huge. Because I need you to understand, if I can get you to believe something that is not true, then what that means is that you will leave after I tell you something that is untrue, and you will react based upon what you believe. And so the world right now is smothering us with lies. And so we are being told lies, 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 lies. And so our life reflects it. And so there's music, for example. Do you know, you guys understand, I'm sure, when you listen to certain music, it puts you in a mood, right? Like if you break up with your boyfriend or girlfriend, like when you're like 14 years old, you turn on some emo music and you're just like in your chair and you're just like rocking back and forth and you're just like crying and you're just like feeding into your emotions by playing music that is not helping, right? Like, and it's just crazy. And it's just like, but my point here is that music also can turn, if you turn it on in certain genres, you can listen to some like rip your face off music, like heavy metal, like where it's just screaming and like you don't even understand what they're saying. But next thing you know, you're just like, I feel like I gotta fight something. Like I just gotta get over here so I can punch you in the face, right? Like that's basically what it turns you into. You just turn into what you're listening. And then right after you turn that rip your face off music and you turn a holy, 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 and then next thing you know, you're just like like woo, like what a roller coaster of emotions. My point here is that we are being led in a way to feel. And so if I can get you to believe something, then you are going to live your life in a way to basically reflect that. And so the world is basically suffocating us in a sense with lies everywhere. The world is telling you to look over here. The world is telling you to look over here. Distraction, 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 distraction. Like, hey, let's talk about what they're doing to us. Let's talk about what they're doing up in the airs and, spraying down on us. Let's like what they're doing to our water. What are they doing over here with all of the electronic warfare that's going on? Let's talk about this. It's so chaotic and it's so distracting. And so now we're focusing over here instead of focusing on what we should be doing. And do you know how hard it is to keep your focus? It is so stinking difficult. It is one of the most difficult things ever because the world keeps on saying, look over here, over here, over here, over here. And that's what we want to do. We just are like, oh my goodness. And it's everywhere. And you know what is not being done when we're distracted by those things? When we're looking up these other things, we are not doing what we should be doing to begin with. When Peter fell, thank you, Bridget, when Peter fell into the water when he was walking towards Jesus, it was because he stopped looking at Jesus. When you lose focus, when I lose focus, I fall flat on my face. That is why we need to recognize what we're actually battling against. We are literally being attacked by things that we cannot see. And when you recognize that it's not about how strong you are, thank you, Brenda Lee, it's not about how strong you are, it is about how much truth you have. And so what do you look like spiritually? I often ask this question, thank you, prayers. What do you look like spiritually? If you were to zoom out and look at yourself right now from the spiritual world, would you look like a warrior for the Lord? Or would you look like a little baby holding a little, a spork? You know what I mean? Like, what do you look like? And you can be your own judge on that because thank you, Bridget. But I don't know. That's something that only you can answer. And so if you know the Word of God, if you're able to build yourself up and surround your mind and heart with this, and I'm pointing to my Bible, this is truth. This is why Jesus says in John 17, he says, sanctify them by your truth. Sanctify them by your word. Your word is truth. And so we need to know the truth. But you need to understand that what is at stake or what you're being hit with are lies. They're lies. And the lies come in different forms, but many of them come in the form of, like, one dart is you are worthless. That is a lie, but that is something that many people believe. You should be depressed right now. That is a lie. That's something that you are told. You're not worth anything. This is not, you're trash. You're the biggest piece of crap ever. Like, nobody likes you. That's the kind of stuff that gets in there, and that's what you're getting hit with. And that's what I'm getting hit with. And we're all getting hit with it. It just is a matter of, do you know how to defend yourself? Because it's going to happen. We're literally in a warfare. Even though you're in your house right now, probably, it doesn't matter, because spiritually speaking, you're in the middle of a battlefield. Think about that. Like if you watch The Patriot with Mel Gibson, and he's just like running with his little musket, and he's just like, he's just like got the flag, and he's just like, there's bullets flying, cannonballs going off. Like, he's in the middle of the warfare, but his defense was way up because he recognized he was actually in a warfare. You and I are in a warfare right now. It's happening at this moment. And so when you read Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12, Paul says, we do not wrestle against flesh and blood. Why? Because that would be easy. That would be easy. If I go outside and I'm like, where's he at? Like, I'm gonna punch him right in the face. Like, that would be easy. We do not wrestle against flesh and blood, but against principalities, against powers, against the rulers of the darkness of this age, against the spiritual hosts of wickedness in the heavenly places. And so the heavenly places is what I want you to pay attention to as far as what we're talking about here in regards to Satan. Satan's third abode is going to be the heavenly places. So he was the covering cherub over the throne. He was in the mineral garden of Eden. And then when he fell from there, he is now currently, as we're talking right now, he is in the heavenly places. And so while he's in the heavenly places, he still has access to heaven because he's constantly accusing the brethren. That's what we learn in Revelation chapter 12. He is constantly accusing the brethren. Hey, thank you, Joni. I'm glad you like the hoodie. That is super cool. Thank you. But he's constantly accusing the brethren, but he has access to heaven as we're talking right now. But that's not his abode. He is currently the prince of the power of the air. And so that's the heavenlies. Like, he can go where he wants to go right now. He has access to heaven, to the heavenly places, and to earth. And so the atmospheric heavens is kind of like a view to actually visualize it if you would like to. But that's his third abode. But the fourth abode is going to take place in the middle of the tribulation. And that the thing that's going to take place in the middle of the tribulation is that Satan is going to be kicked out of heaven, and he is going to be thrown down to the earth. But before we talk about the fourth abode, let's talk a little bit about more when Satan fell. When God judged Satan, God also judged everything under Satan's authority, and that seems to have included the original earth. The mineral garden of Eden was a part of the original earth. Now, this is where we get into some interesting waters, but what happened in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2 seems to be a result of the judgment, of the fall of Satan. So let's go back to Genesis chapter 1. Let's go to Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, and let's talk about some interesting ideas, at least. Let's go to Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, it says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." Now, this is where we are going to start talking about what is known as a gap theory. Now, this is just a theory, but it seems to make sense to me. But before we dive into this theory, I want you to understand there's some people out there who think that within this little gap theory, they think that millions of years could have passed. I do not believe that. I believe that the earth is less than 10,000 years old. I believe it's less than 10,000 years old. Some people are like, it's 6,000 years old. Some say 7. I don't know. I just personally believe that it's less than 10,000 years old. And so remember that, because there are people, when they use the phrase gap theory, they say, well, the earth could be millions of years old, and I would disagree with that. So my opinion is that the earth is less than 10,000 years old. Thank you, Bridget. Are you live on YouTube? No, Jake Dog. YouTube did not work for me today. I tried twice, so sorry about that. But when you go to the Creation Museum, is that in Kentucky? Yeah, guys, when are we all going to the Ark together? That'd be fun. Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, it says, "In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth." And so here we are going to enter into this conversation where this theory is going to enter the conversation. And the theory is that Satan needed to fall at some point. The Bible doesn't talk about Satan falling. The Bible in Genesis chapter 1 basically opens it up and basically throws you right into the middle of creation. And so the reason why the gap theory has become a theory is because in Genesis chapter 3, you see Adam and Eve in the garden, and while they're in the garden, Satan just arrives. There's no detail about when he fell, so we're given very little time. We're given the first day, we're given the second day, we're given the third day, we're given the fourth day, we're given the fifth day, we're given the sixth day, and then on the seventh day, God rested. And so the question is, when did Satan fall? And so this is what leads you to Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, because in between Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 and Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, that is where the gap seems to be. Because Satan needed to have fallen, because in Genesis chapter 3, you see Satan in the picture. But we're not told about when he fell. We're just told about how he fell. We just don't know when he fell. And so in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, and in between 1 verse 1 and 1 verse 2, it seems that that is where there is a gap. Now, what's interesting about this idea of a gap is that this is not different. This is not a unique thing in the Bible. There are plenty of times in the Bible where a comma lasts like 1,000 years. There's plenty of times where a period from one sentence to the next sentence lasts thousands of years. And so it's nothing new. In Revelation chapter 12, what is it, like verse 5 and 6, I think it is, it talks about how it talks about how Satan with his tail drew like a third of the stars, and then it talks about how the child ascended up into heaven. And then after that verse, which I think is Revelation chapter 12, verse 5, from Revelation chapter 12, verse 5 to Revelation chapter 12, verse 6, there's a gap, because it goes from Jesus ascending up into heaven, and then the very next verse is Israel in the wilderness for 1,260 days. And so my point here is that from that period where the child goes and ascends up into heaven to Israel being in the wilderness from 1,260 days, that is thousands of years in between. And so it's not unusual is what my point here is. And so when you apply that understanding to Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 and Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, it doesn't seem to be super odd to hear about this theory, because there is stuff that happens between the spaces here. So in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 and 1 verse 2, it seems that Satan falls somewhere in between when God created the heavens and earth, because we already unpacked in Job chapter 38 that the angels existed before the earth was created. And so the angels were there and they were created, and then the angels watched as God created the earth. Can you imagine? And then they all started singing. They're like, "You're awesome." Like, can you just imagine? And so that leads us to Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. So in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, this is where it gets a little weird. We're about to get weird. Let's get weird. But in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, it says, "The earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep, and the Spirit of God was hovering over the face of the waters." Now, why this is interesting is because of what this Hebrew seems to mean. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, it says, "The earth was without form." So the word there in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, "the earth was without form," has the idea that the earth had become without form. Now that is significant. That is something to at least entertain, because that changes the idea. Like our words, our English words that we're reading here, doesn't necessarily give you the most detailed description. And so that's why it's good to go back to the original text. But Hebrew, it seems that the earth had become without form. And so when you think about that, I want you to imagine that I have this, and I say this became without form. And so if this is what it looked like originally, like this is how it's meant to look, and then it became without form, right? It became without form, like it just became, oh man, it just became without form. And so, okay, it's gonna bug me because it's off center. But it became something that it was not originally. So it became without form. So the earth was without form and void in verse 2. And so it says the earth had become without form. And so that changes the whole idea there. It changes the whole concept of what the earth looked like, meaning that the earth looked like something before, and then it became something else. It became without form, which is very provocative because it becoming without form goes against what God says in Isaiah chapter 45. Let's go to Isaiah chapter 45 real quick. Isaiah chapter 45, somewhere like verse 16 or 17, I don't remember. We'll figure it out. But in Isaiah chapter 45, God says in verse 18, Isaiah chapter 45, verse 18, it says this. In Isaiah 45, verse 18, it says, "For thus says the Lord, who created the heavens, who is God, who formed the earth and made it, who has established it, who did not create it in vain." Now, the word in vain, who did not create it in vain, is the same word that is used back in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. And that Hebrew word is tohu, T-O-U in our English letters, but it's the same word. So here in Isaiah chapter 45, verse 18, where God says, who did not create it in vain, is telling us that God created it a certain way. And so he created it a certain way, and after he created it a certain way, it became without form. That is an interesting thing to consider. So God created it not in vain, and it became without form. That's fascinating. So the earth, going back to Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, it says the earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep. Now, what's interesting about this whole passage here in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, and again, all of this is very, very much so secondary. This changes nothing when it comes to salvation. So hopefully you guys can understand that. This is all very, very secondary. There's people who disagree with this kind of stuff, and so you can unpack it. But this is what it seems to be saying. And it's really fascinating when you dive into it. But what we do know in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, it says, it's in the Hebrew where it says, and had become, if you want to dive into it. You got to look at Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. Go in your blue letter Bible and start clicking on all the words and seeing what they mean. But the earth had become, which is that word was. The word was in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2. The earth was without form. That's what your Bible probably says. And that's what my Bible says. But the word was has the idea of had become. So it's something to at least consider. But what we do know in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2 is that darkness was on the face of the deep. Now, this is interesting because darkness. Okay, so this is why it's so good that we just finished the book of Revelation. So in Revelation chapter 21, we are told very specifically that the new heavens, the new earth, and the new Jerusalem, we are told very specifically in Revelation chapter 21, verse 1, that there is no sea. Now, that is significant. Thank you, Brandon. That is significant. The reason why that's significant is because why in the world would John tell us that? It's something that we need to pay attention to, right? Obviously, there's no sea. Thank you, Brandon. So we are told in Revelation chapter 21, verse 1, that there is a new heavens, new earth, and that there was no sea on the new heavens and the new earth. Now, the reason why that's important is Well, is because in my opinion, I think it's important because we need to compare and contrast the new heavens and new earth to the ones that we are living on right now. And so the ones that we're living on right now have oceans. They have sea. And so it's interesting, if I'm holding the earth that we're on right now, which is under a curse, by the way, the whole earth is groaning. I mean, it's all creation groaning, by the way. The trees, the birds, the animals, the grass, the flowers, the wind, all of this is all groaning because of the curse. And so there's going to come a time when God is going to lift that curse, and that's going to take place in Revelation chapter 22. And I'm excited for that day. Thank you, Bridget. And so in Genesis chapter 1, verse 2, we are told that the earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep. So on the first earth, the earth that we're living on right now, this earth, darkness is attached to it. That is significant. The reason why that is significant is because when you look at the new earth, it says that there is no night. And so the earth that had become this way, the earth that had become without form, was because of the fall of Satan. When Satan fell, he was judged, and what he was in control over, or what he was assigned to, the mineral garden, seemed to also be judged as well, which is why darkness is attached to this earth. And so darkness, this is not how it was supposed to be, guys. Like, we are used to the night because that's just what we're used to, right? Like, we just go outside and it's like it's nighttime. Like, that's not normal. That is not an okay thing. There is going to be a day when that is going to stop, and we are going to forget about the night because it's only going to be day. My point here is we are used to the curse. It's like if I brought a bag of trash that smelled like absolute poop in your living room and I just dropped it there, you would be like, woo, that stinks, right? But then if you let it sit there for like an hour, you wouldn't smell it that much. And then if I let it sit there for 5 hours, you probably wouldn't be able to smell it anymore at all. My point here is we have gotten so used to the trash that we don't even remember what it was supposed to be like anymore. And so my point here is that when you're looking at the earth that we are on right now, there is darkness, and also with the darkness, there is oceans, there is seas that are attached to this earth. The reason why that is significant is because when you look and you compare that earth to the new earth and the new heavens and the new Jerusalem, we are told very clearly that there is no more sea. We are told very clearly that there is no more night. And so he's going to make all things new, meaning how it was before. He's like, I'm going to do it again, except this time there's going to be no more sin. There's going to be nothing that enters before. He's like, I'm just going to go back to what it was before because it was awesome before. He's like, now there's just going to be no more sin. Nobody's going to ever mess up before. Nothing is ever going to enter it that is an adulteress, that is a lie, that is an abomination. And so he's going back to it. My point here is that when you do a side-by-side comparison of what we have now to what is going to be in the future, you see oceans and darkness on the first earth, the one that we're living on right now, and in the new earth, we are told specifically that there is no sea. And that is interesting because why does John tell us that? Why doesn't he say that there's no more birds? Like, where are the birds at? Right? No, he tells us that there is no more sea. That is there. That is a specific detail that he felt like we needed to know. And I think it's very, very fascinating. So it's at least something to entertain. That's the idea. I'm never going to be dogmatic about this kind of stuff, but it does seem to make sense. And so you can be the judge of that, but that's the thought. And so when you compare Genesis chapter 1 verse 2 to Isaiah chapter 45 verse 18, it's really, really provocative when you dive into it. And so you can so we should spend as much time in the ocean now? Heck yeah. No. Yeah, do it. I'm going boogie boarding. I went to Hawaii a couple of years ago. Probably will never go again. The only reason we went was because my brother-in-law, his aunt lives there, and we're like, oh, we have a place to stay. So yeah, we just paid for like plane tickets there, which was, still really expensive. But I guess we went there when it was like winter for them or whatever. But I was the only one who got in the water. I'm like, there is no shot that I'm going to go to Hawaii and not get in the water. I don't even care. It's crazy. I'm thinking oceanography. People are sad to hear that. Could be. Who knows? I don't think they'll be sad if they're in the new heaven and new earth and new Jerusalem, though. I think that it will be completely okay. So, anyways, it's just interesting when you dive into that whole situation with the new heavens, new earth, the sea being there and whatnot, and seeing how that a judgment seems to be a part when Satan fell. That darkness seemed to be attached to that, and the oceans also seem to be a part of that as well. And it's just really interesting trying to figure that one out. And who knows? Like we'll figure it out one day for sure. But right now it's just, that's why it's a complete secondary issue. But going back to Ezekiel chapter 28, and Ezekiel chapter 28 verse 13 and 14 and 15 and 16, you see the fall of Satan. And it's important to recognize that it doesn't necessarily mean that there was much time that had passed from when Satan was created to the fall. That's why it's interesting about that whole gap theory. Some people are like, it could have been millions of years. And I'm like, well, let's slow your roll on that one. I don't think that that's accurate at all. But when somebody is prideful, because remember, Satan was created perfect. He was created with the fullness, a full measure, a full dose of beauty and a full dose of wisdom. That's like when you're born, you're like, it takes you like 20 years for you to realize how awesome you are. You're like, oh, I finally realized that I'm kind of cool, right? Like, no, I'm totally kidding. But my point here is that when Satan was created, it's like I want you to imagine I'm God and I have nothing in my hand, and then poof, like all of a sudden there's Lucifer and he is perfect. Like it does not take long for him to realize and look around and be like, whoa, woo, like, whoa, what just happened? Like, can you imagine? Like what was that like? Like, holy smokes. But my point here is it probably does not take long for somebody to that level of perfection to realize that they are beautiful and that they are smarter or wiser than everything else. It doesn't take long. And so my point here is pride doesn't take long to set in. And so the fall of Satan doesn't mean that it was millions of years. It probably took him a very short amount of time to realize how perfect and beautiful he was compared to everything else and whatnot. So that's just that is just something to at least consider as you are trying to work this out in your own mind. I'm gotta cramp. Okay, so we talked about the different abodes. We talked about the first abode, which seems to be the canopy of Satan. I'm sorry, the canopy of God. Satan was over the canopy over God's throne. It seems like he was a part of the mineral garden, which took place before the fall of Satan. So he was assigned to that garden in a sense. And then after that, he was thrown out of there. He went to the third abode, which was the atmospheric heavens, which is where he's currently operating right now. But then there's coming a time where he is going to be thrown out of there, and he is going to go to his fourth abode. And we are going to be talking about his fourth abode here in just a second. But while Satan's third abode, which is the atmospheric heavens, he still has access to two places. And so we need to be sensitive to that. He still has access to heaven, and he still has access to the earth. If we go to Job chapter 1, let's go to Job chapter 1 real quick. In Job chapter 1, verse 6 and 7, we see Satan, even after he was thrown out, he still has access to heaven. In Job chapter 1, verse 6, it says, "Now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came among them." Now it's interesting because these angels are referred to as sons of God. That's an important concept to understand. Sons of God. A son of God is something that was created by God directly. You and I have the right to become sons of God. John chapter 1, verse 11 and 12. You can read that if you would like to. If you put your faith in Jesus Christ, you become a new creation, which is referred to as a son of God. That a son of God is something that God himself created. And so when you put your faith in Christ, you become a new creation. You become a son of God. And so here, these angels, since God created them directly, they are also, they're referred to as sons of God. And so in Job chapter 1, verse 6, it says, "Now there was a day when the sons of God came to present themselves before the Lord, and Satan also came among them. And the Lord said to Satan, 'From where do you come?' So Satan answered the Lord and said, 'From going to and fro on the earth, and from walking back and forth on it.'" So Satan is going to and fro, and it says that he was walking back and forth on it. Fascinating. So here in Job, we see a very clear picture of what Satan has access to. Satan has access to heaven. He went with sons of God. He went with other angels. He was among other angels, and they all went into the presence of God. And then God says to Satan, "Where are you coming from?" I wonder why God said that. It's almost as if God didn't know. No, of course he knew. Every time God asks the question, he knows the answer. And so it's just so interesting. You see that in the book of Numbers, but anyways, it's just interesting how you gain a little perspective, in a sense, when you're looking at where Satan can go and where he can't go. Right now, he still has access to go to heaven, and he's going to heaven, and he still has access to heaven, but he also still has access to the earth. And every time he goes to heaven, he's constantly accusing the brethren. And we also see Satan, let's go to Revelation chapter 12 real quick. Revelation chapter 12. In Revelation chapter 12, verse 10, we see in Revelation chapter 12, verse 10, that he's constantly accusing the brethren. In Revelation 12, verse 10, it says, "Then I heard a loud voice in heaven, or saying in heaven, 'Now salvation and strength and the kingdom of our God and the power of his Christ have come. For the accuser of our brethren, who accuse them before our God day and night, has been cast down.'" So there's coming a time when Satan is going to be cast out. That is yet future. That has not happened yet. And so it's important to recognize that is going to take place in the future. But let's go to Zechariah chapter 3. Because in Zechariah chapter 3, verse 1, you see you see Satan not only accusing the brethren, meaning the church in that, or the New Testament saints. He was accusing the New Testament saints there in Revelation 12. But in Zechariah chapter 3, he's accusing Israel. In Zechariah chapter 3, verse 1, it says, "Then he showed me Joshua, the high priest, standing before the angel of the Lord." And the angel of the Lord here is Jesus. So it says in verse 1, it says, "Then he showed me Joshua, the high priest, standing before the angel of the Lord, and Satan standing at his right hand to oppose him. And the Lord said to Satan, 'The Lord rebuke you, Satan. The Lord who has chosen Jerusalem rebuke you. Is this not a brand plucked from the fire?'" So it's interesting here, because what you see in Zechariah chapter 3, verse 1 and 2 is that you have, you basically have Satan, thank you, Kelly. You have Satan accusing Israel. And so Satan is accusing Israel in Zechariah chapter 3, and Satan is accusing the brethren, which is the New Testament saints, in Revelation chapter 12. So it's really interesting to see what he's doing, but he has access to the world and to heaven, which is the basic concept. And it's also really good to remember that he can offer all of these kingdoms to anybody that he absolutely wants to. Because in Matthew chapter 4, if you guys want to go to Matthew chapter 4 real fast, in Matthew chapter 4, Jesus is out in the wilderness. And while he's out in the wilderness, he's fasting. And this was the time for Satan to basically go after Jesus. And it's really interesting to see that is when Satan thought was the best time to approach Jesus with this offer. So in Matthew chapter 4, while Jesus is fasting, Satan basically shows up and starts giving Jesus scripture. What's interesting about that is that Satan was manipulating the scripture, and he was leaving out a word or two from scripture, and he was trying to twist it and use it in a way that it was not intended to be used. And it's interesting because Satan did that to Jesus, and that is also what's going on in our world today. There's a lot of people who are, basically twisting the Bible into basically a way that they want it to fit. And it's really interesting. And, I'm not saying that I'm doing everything perfectly, because I know I'm not, which is why I say, I can't wait to get to heaven to find out how wrong I've actually been. There's a lot of people out there who will fight you over a lot of these secondary things. And I'm just like, you know what? It could be. And I'm not saying, just be wishy-washy or anything like that. I think it is vital to know your stuff. I think it is so very important for you to know your stuff for you. And not because I said, not because somebody over here said, not because you read it in a book. Get in there and dive into it, because I don't think we really truly understand the obligation that we have. I think we have been given so much light, and with that much light comes great responsibility, as Peter Parker, that whole that whole scene, that whole Spider-Man thing, right? But I think that is applicable in our life as well. We have been given an insane amount of light. And with that amount of light that we have access to, what are you doing with it? Thank you, Manners. And so when you think about what you have been doing with it, I'm not trying to make you feel bad or anything like that. I'm just letting you know that this is a very real situation that we are dealing with here. There are real lives at stake. Jesus died for the world, and he's using you and I to go and tell other people about what he did for them. And so there's people who don't want to do that. There's people who are afraid to do that. And I totally get that. But it's not about you. It's not about me. We need to do what is right before the Lord. And that is a tough pill to swallow, because then all of a sudden you are no longer first, which is the problem. You never should have been first to begin with. Stacy, question. And so it is all about God and giving glory to him. Luke 12:48. You just give me verses. Do angels have free will? And did God know Satan would betray him? Yeah, God absolutely knew. God absolutely knew. Do angels still have free will right now? I think they have free will probably right now, but I would, this is all postulation, obviously. I think after the initial fall, I think everything was abundantly clear at that point. And so now a line has been drawn in the sand. So I don't think angels are still currently falling. As far as, I think it's all very specific. The Bible tells us 1/3. And so I think that number is not an estimate. I think it is a literal 1/3. So you can take that how you will, but the 1/3 that we are told about in Revelation chapter 12, verse 4, it seems to be a very set in stone number. And so you can take that how you will, but that's my opinion. I don't think angels are still falling right now, because that would add to it. And so we know that 1/3 of the angels have fallen because of that passage right there. Yeah, hopefully that makes sense. Okay, let's go ahead and get back into the Matthew chapter 4. This is why we are here, talking about the kingdoms. We need to recognize or at least be sensitive to that Satan has the ability to give power to people, to human beings. Satan has he has that authority. And the reason why we know that he has that authority is because of what you read in Matthew chapter 4. When Jesus was in the wilderness, Satan goes up to him and he says in Matthew chapter 4, verse 8, in Matthew chapter 4, verse 8, it says, "Again, the devil took him up on an exceedingly high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world and their glory. And he said to him, 'All these things I will give to you if you will fall down and worship me.'" Now, what's interesting about this passage here is that This is Jesus's response is very instructive in a sense, because Jesus didn't respond and say, "These aren't yours to give me." He didn't say that these are not you. He didn't say that you do not have the power. You do not have the power to give me these things. He didn't say that. He said, "Away with you, Satan. For it is written, you shall worship the Lord your God, and him only you shall serve." Now, why that's interesting is because Satan was literally throwing everything he had at Jesus. And so, knowing Satan and how wise he is, Satan is never going to go up against Jesus without 100% of his weapons at one time. And so Satan is very tactful. So he was observing Jesus, and he was like, he chose that time to go and confront Jesus. And he's like, Jesus is fasting. He's weak right now. He's hungry. He's thirsty. He's been doing this for 40 days now. He's like, now's my time. I'm going to go now. And so he didn't just go when he thought, he went and he chose that time. And Satan is very smart. And so my point here is to get you to understand, Satan was not offering an empty offer. This was not an empty offer. This was very, very real. It was something that was in the authority of Satan to give to Jesus. Now, just think about that for a second. The reason why that's important is because Satan had the authority to give that to Jesus, just like he has the authority to give to people today. Satan, just like the Prince of Tyre, even though the human prince was right here, the king of Tyre was the power behind the human being. The king of Tyre is Satan, and the Prince of Tyre is the human. And so that is still going on today. Just think about that for a second. That paints a whole bunch of other people that you know right now in a whole different light. There are a whole bunch of politicians, a whole bunch of kings, a whole bunch of queens, all this kind of stuff where you're just now all of a sudden you're looking at them and you're just like, and I don't mean to get all conspiratorial or anything like that, but there's some weird stuff going on, guys, and I'm just like, holy smokes. But you know what? That is not my lane, because we know that there's a day of vengeance that is coming. There's a day of vengeance, and that is, that's the reason for it. And so we understand that. That's important for us to hold on to. Thank you, Jill. Because God says in the book of Romans that vengeance is mine, I will repay. And so that is going to take place. And it's not something that we would, we want to happen on anybody. But it doesn't mean that it's going to stop. And so we need to try to win people as much as we possibly can. Thank you, Sherry. Thank you guys for that. If you guys are new here, we're just going through, we're just doing a little study on the book of Satan right now before we dive into the book of Genesis. And so if you guys haven't followed me on YouTube, hello, Eugenia. There's a there's a link up here if you guys wanted to go follow me on YouTube. I would appreciate it, just in case TikTok goes away here in a month or two or whatever. But also if this account gets banned, we will still try to live stream on YouTube. I'm not live streaming on YouTube right now because it didn't let me, which is unfortunate. But we typically live stream on YouTube and TikTok at the same time. And so the next book that we're going to be covering is going to be the book of Genesis, which is going to be a fun book. I've already been chipping away at it, and it is it's pretty heavy stuff. I'm not even to verse 1 yet, so that's fun. So it's okay. But so understanding that Satan still has the authority over those kingdoms, and he has the power to give that to people that he wants to, then it's really interesting thinking about that, because you're looking at all of these politicians, you're looking at all the people in power, and you need to understand that people don't get to those certain levels of power without strings being attached and without deals being made. And, keeping your hands clean, in a sense, is almost an impossibility. And so that is something that you can just, that's just my opinion, but you can work with that if you would like to. But, we're talking about the first, we're talking about his first abode. We're talking about his second abode. His third abode is the atmospheric heavens. And Satan, when he's on the earth, he comes in two different forms. There is two different forms that he can show up as. Thank you, Bridget. There's two different forms that he can show up as. The Bible describes him in 1 Peter as be sober, be vigilant. Your adversary, the devil, walks about like a roaring lion seeking whom he may devour. Now that's interesting because that's one form. The other form that he shows up as is as an angel of light. And so we understand that from 2 Corinthians chapter 11. You can read about Satan appearing as an angel of light. And so it just really depends on what his goal is, what Satan's goal is. And so if Satan's goal is to deceive you, he's not going to show up as a roaring lion. He's going to show up as an angel of light. And so if his goal is to devour you, he's going to show up as a roaring lion. So it really just depends on what his goal is during that time. And so it's really fascinating thinking about this. But when you look at the church and when you look at Israel in general, Israel has always been in like walking through a minefield, because Israel has been the target of Satan since its conception. So all the way back in Genesis, we're going to read about that in Genesis. In Genesis chapter 10, you read about the 70 nations, and so you'll start to understand how history basically has grown since the book of Genesis. But basically, the idea is that Israel, God promised Adam and Eve, Adam and Eve, right when they sinned, that they would have that there would be an ultimate war between her seed and his seed. Now, her seed was basically a huge picture of redemption all the way back in Genesis, which is remarkable. And so, but Satan was right there when he hears God do this, because Satan's talking to Adam, Satan's talking to Eve, and God is talking to Adam, God is talking to Eve, and God is talking to Satan. So Satan's right there. He's listening to it, right? And so he's listening and he hears God's plan. And so he hears God's plan. He hears about this seed, the seed of the woman. And he's like, well, hold on, what's that about? And so he unpacks it and he's listening and he's staying close and he's paying attention to Adam, and he's right there on Adam and Eve, and they have children, and then they have children, and he's right there. And then God's hanging out with Abraham and he's talking to Abraham and he's like listening to Abraham. And so my point here is that Satan had to have been lingering about the entire time, because Satan wanted to eliminate the line, the seed, the genealogy. He wanted to wipe it out. And so Satan was trying to put landmines all over the place to prevent Israel from growing. And he just couldn't do it. Because obviously God is in control. And he is withholding, he is stopping, he's allowing. Everything is Father filtered. Everything that happens is going to happen, but it is allowed, which is really interesting. And there's some people in here and be like, well, if God's so loving, then why does he allow this to happen? And I'm just like, do you forget like how much we deserve? Do you forget like what we literally deserve? Like, he came in after us. He didn't have to do that. He didn't have to reveal himself to us. He didn't have to do that. He's letting us know a little bit about him. He didn't have to do that. And here we are pointing fingers up at him and be like, oh, if you're so loving, have you forgotten what he's done for you on the cross? And so it's very important to remember. But that is why we forget. And it's so vital to remember what he's done for us. Thank you, Bridget. And so it's interesting thinking about the two different forms, but he was always going after. Thank you, John. Thank you so much. Thank you for the heart. Hey, Lydia. Hello. Hey, Tammy's still here. Hello. His love, it will endure forever. Absolutely, Manners. Let's get back into it. But one of the things that is good to at least to recognize from Satan himself, in Isaiah chapter 14, Satan himself is recognizing that he can't even be God. And I think that, let's go back to Isaiah 14. It's good to recognize that Satan identifies that he can't even be God. And so that's why it says in Isaiah chapter 14, verse 14, in Isaiah chapter 14, verse 14, Satan Lucifer, says, I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. And then he says, I will be like the Most High. I think it's really interesting that Satan did not say, I will be God. He didn't say, I will be God. He said, I will be like God. Now, I think that's really fascinating because it kind of reveals a little bit about Satan's understanding. Like, he himself understands that he can't be God, which is because if he actually believed that, then he would have said, I will be God. He didn't say I will be God. He said I will be like God. So by him saying I will be like God is an admission of recognizing, in a sense, that he cannot be God, which I think is very instructive, because when you go back to Ezekiel chapter 28, in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 18, I forgot we never even finished. Go to Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 18. Hey, thank you, Ryan. Great name, by the way. Great name, solid, very strong, very manly name there. Yes. Yes. Sounds like something BB would say. Which part? What? That was very, yes, it was very king, yes, yeah, very kingly. Yeah. Yeah. Doesn't it mean little king? I think that's what it means, actually. I don't know in what language or whatever, but I think it means little king. Little king. Thank you. Okay. You get it. In Ezekiel chapter 28, I don't understand what you mean, Ronan. Ronan sounds like, which part? Sounds like something BB would say. Do you guys see that little dude? It reminds me of the turtle on Finding Nemo. See you later, dude. In Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 18, it says, you defiled your sanctuaries. Bibi is Netanyahu, over the prime minister of Israel. In Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 18, it says, you defiled your sanctuaries by the multitude of your iniquities, by the iniquity of your trading. Therefore, I brought fire from your midst. It devoured you, and I turned you to ashes upon the earth in the sight of all who saw you. Give me some thin noggin, dude. It's just so good. Jenny. Okay, in Ezekiel chapter 28, though, what I think is really fascinating. Hello. Did God know Satan was going to be Satan before he created him? Yeah, he knows everything. Yes, he knows everything. That is omniscience. But in Ryan, Jenny, I did Bible studies in my youth. Thank you, though. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Bridget, salvation is through Jesus and Jesus alone. That is 100%. In Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 8, I think it's really fascinating what you see here, because what you see is, it says in verse 18, Ezekiel 28, verse 18, it says, therefore I brought fire from your midst, it devoured you, and I turned you to ashes upon the earth in the sight of all who saw you. Now this is fascinating. Good, Jenny. There was 12 Jennies. But it's so interesting how it says, I turned you to ashes upon the earth. Now, again, this is one of those prophetic perfect situations, which is basically a picture of where he is speaking of a future event as if it had already happened. And this is another one of those cases, because God has not turned Satan into ashes upon the earth. That hasn't happened yet. And the reason why this is interesting is because of what this seems to be alluding to. And this is why I think it's really cool to see what this seems to be talking about. There is going to be a time, are y'all behaving? It's getting crazy up in here. But if you go back to Revelation, let's go back to Revelation chapter 20. Because if you guys are here for the study of Revelation, which I hope you were, because it will make more sense to you. In Revelation chapter 20, verse 1 through 6, you have Satan that is being locked up in the abyss, the bottomless pit. Thank you, Anita. You have Satan being locked up for 1,000 years. And so during that 1,000 years, while Satan is locked up, there's still going to be sin on the earth during the millennial kingdom. You and I are not going to be subject to that sin. We are not. It's not going to be a possibility for you and I to sin. If you're a born again believer right now, that sin is only going to be an option for those humans who literally walk into the millennial kingdom, the sheep that get saved during the tribulation. Because there's going to be the sheep and goat judgments, and the sheep are going to be Gentiles who get saved during the millennial, during the tribulation, and the goats are going to be those who receive the mark of the beast that appear at the sheep and goat judgment. And so the sheep are going to be allowed to enter into the millennial kingdom. And so they enter into the millennial kingdom. That's when the curse is lifted. There's still going to be sin, obviously. But these people are going to live for the entire 1,000 years. And so while they're living, they're repopulating the earth. And so babies are having babies, children having children, children having children. It's going to be a repopulation of the earth for those 1,000 years. And so after the 1,000 years, Satan is going to be released, and then he goes, and that's where we are going to read in Revelation chapter 20, verse 7. In Revelation chapter 20, verse 7, it says, "Now, when the 1,000 years have expired, Satan will be released from his prison and will go out to deceive the nations which are in the four corners of the earth, Gog and Magog, to gather them together to battle, whose number is as the sand of the sea." So when you think about at the end of the millennial kingdom, the people who are going to be living in active rebellion during the millennial kingdom, think about that. Jesus is going to be boots on the ground during that time period, and there's going to be people who are going to reject him. They're going to be able to see him. They're going to be able to see you and I if you're a born-again believer. They're going to be able to see us in our glorified bodies. We're going to be doing a whole bunch of cool stuff. We're going to be helping and instructing and directing and all this kind of stuff. And there's going to be a great number of people as the sand of the sea who are going to rebel at the end of the millennial kingdom. Now, their hearts have already been hardened towards Jesus up until this point. It just takes Satan to be released, and he only goes towards them for a short amount of time. He deceives them very quickly, meaning they already wanted to do it in the first place. And then they all gather around the camp of the saints and of the city, the beloved city, which is what it says there in verse 19 or in verse 9, Revelation chapter 20, verse 9. And then it says, fire came out of heaven and devoured them. And so when you think about that, this fire that comes out of heaven and devoured them could be the time when Satan is turned to ash upon the earth, because that's what you read in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 18. In Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 18, it says, "Therefore I brought fire from your midst, it devoured you, and I turned you to ashes upon the earth in the sight of all who saw you." So it's really interesting. So, maybe it's just, a little bit of an allegory there. Maybe Satan's not literally going to be turned into ash. Maybe it's just speaking about how he's going to be dissolved to or resolved to nothing. Maybe that's what it's actually alluding to. But this paints a picture of people literally seeing him, and the people who literally see him are going to see that he just got defanged in a sense. And it's really fascinating thinking about that. But that seems to be what is painted the picture there. Thank you, Anita. Thank you so much. That seems to be the picture that is painted there in Ezekiel 28, verse 18, and it seems to be connected to the Gog and Magog war, which is going to, or seems to be happening at the end of the millennial kingdom. In Ezekiel chapter 38 and 39, there are two different battles, and so both of them are focused on Gog and Magog. And so, I personally hold to the belief, and it's not a popular opinion, but I told you guys this during our study of the book of Revelation, so I'm sure you guys are probably familiar with it at least. But I personally believe that Ezekiel chapter 38 is speaking of what is going to take place at the end of the millennial kingdom. And I believe that Ezekiel chapter 39 is what happens at the end of the tribulation. And so those are two different battles. Those are two huge different battles, huge different wars. And you can read some pretty convincing reasons to believe that. And we've talked about that plenty of times before too, so we don't need to talk about that right now. Anyways, so here in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 19, as it continues on, in Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 19, it says, "All who knew you among the peoples are astonished at you. You have become a horror and shall be no more forever." Now, this is really remarkable because this is, he's talking again as if it has already happened, but then the thing that I think is good to see here is that Satan and his followers are going to be shocked. Satan and his followers are going to be surprised. They are going to see Satan. They are going to be like, that's somebody we can trust. We're going to be like, they're going to look at him and they're going to be like, we can trust him. We can follow him. Man, he's powerful. There's nobody that can beat him. But here in verse 19, it says that people are going to be astonished. And I think that's really instructive because when you think about that, I want you to imagine people coming to the realization that they just made the biggest mistake of their life. Because that's what it's going to be like. People are going to be astonished. They're going to look at him, who they looked at before as if he was all that in a bag of chips, and they're going to look at him and they're going to be like, what? And so it's going to be like a washing over them as being like, what happened to you? And so they're going to have all of these thoughts that are naturally going to occur. And those thoughts that are going to occur are going to be thoughts similar to this. They're going to be like, that happened to you. If that happened to you, then what's gonna happen to me, right? That's just how it's gonna naturally unfold. That's what we naturally think. If you are following a leader and your leader, the strong one, gets taken out, the first thing that comes to mind is be like, well, what about me, right? Like that's how it's gonna play out. And so these people are gonna see him. They're gonna see that he gets devoured upon the earth. And then all of those peoples are going to be astonished. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. But let's go back to Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 18. In Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 18, it talks about how Satan defiled your sanctuaries. And so it's really interesting thinking about these sanctuaries being defiled, because when you think about sanctuaries being defiled, it doesn't seem like that big of a deal until you realize that these sanctuaries were in heaven. Sanctuaries in heaven defiled. Now, when you think of heaven, I guarantee that most people don't ever think about anything being defiled in heaven. Because when you think of defiled, you think of something being unclean. And that's exactly what it was. That's what Satan did. Satan sinned in heaven. So it's not weird to say there is sin in heaven. In Job chapter 1, verse 6 and 7, we see that Satan goes before the Lord, and he's constantly accusing the brethren, according to Revelation chapter 12. So that he has to go to heaven to accuse the brethren. And so my point here is to get you to understand that there is sin in heaven, which is remarkable, which is why it's important to understand that in the future, in Revelation chapter 21 and 22, there is a new heavens and a new earth. And those new heavens and new earth and new Jerusalem are untainted. The earth that we are living on now is tainted. The earth, the heavens that is currently in existence right now is tainted. But this is why when Jesus died, thank you, Bridget. When Jesus died, he had to go up into heaven because Satan corrupted the holy places that are in heaven. The holy places, or the sanctuaries, he corrupted those places in heaven. While he was being some sort of priest, while he was acting as a priest. Hey, thank you, Bay blessed. So while Satan was acting as some sort of a priest, he fell. And I think it's really interesting because if Satan was a priest in heaven, because that's what it seems to be, after, if you were here for the entire study, we compared the 10 stones in Ezekiel chapter 28 verse 13. We compared those stones to the priestly stones in Exodus chapter 28. That's very interesting. We compared the musical instruments that he has compared to the worship leading. It seems like he led worship up in heaven. He had his sanctuaries, which were not his sanctuaries for him, for people to worship him, or for angels to worship him. They were sanctuaries that he was in charge over. And so the entire picture seems to paint a picture of Satan being in the role of a priest. And what's interesting about that role of a priest is really interesting because there are a lot of false prophets. There's a lot of false teachers, right? And there's a lot of false pastors. And so it's nothing new. It all originated with Satan. Satan was that first one who fell. If he was in a priestly role, it's really interesting because now you're looking at a whole bunch of false prophets and false teachers. And what's crazy about that is that Jesus died for them too, because he bought them. Because it says in 2 Peter chapter 2 verse 1, I think it is, 2 Peter chapter 2 verse 1, it says, even denying him who bought them. The false teachers, the false prophets deny Jesus who bought them, meaning Jesus paid for them as well. It's just that they're never going to accept the payment. He paid for it all. He paid for everybody, for the sins of the world, for God so loved the world, right? And so it's really interesting. But going back to Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 18, where it says Satan defiled his sanctuaries, it's really fascinating thinking about sin being up in heaven. In Hebrews chapter 9, let's go to Hebrews chapter 9, verse 23. In Hebrews chapter 9, verse 23, let's talk about a little bit of this sin up in heaven. In Hebrews chapter 9, verse 23. In Hebrews chapter 9, verse 23, it says this, therefore it was necessary that the copies of the things in the heavens should be purified with these, but the heavenly things themselves with better sacrifices than these. For Christ has not entered the holy places made with hands, which are copies of the true, but into heaven itself, now to appear in the presence of God for us. Not that he should offer himself often, as a high priest enters the most holy place every year with blood of another. He then would have had to suffer often since the foundation of the world. But now, once, at the end of the ages, he has appeared to put away sin by the sacrifice of himself. It is crazy to think about. Let's go to John chapter 20, verse 17 real fast. John chapter 20, verse 17. So when Jesus died, when Jesus died, he was buried for 3 days. But when he was buried, he went to a place called paradise. And so paradise is not heaven. So it's important to understand that. So I tell you guys a way to visualize it, at least, is a ball. So this ball is called Hades, but when you split the ball in half, the bottom part is called Hades, which is the place of torment. The top part is called paradise. So when Jesus died, he went to paradise. So he's over here. So he came here, he got Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, David, all of the Old Testament saints, and he grabbed them and he took them home in the sight of all of the people who were in Hades. So all of the peoples, remember the rich man in Luke 16 who is looking and seeing, and he's talking to Father Abraham, and he's like, Father Abraham, can you put a drop of water on my tongue? So Jesus goes and he takes all of those people home in the sight of all of these people who are in Hades, and they're all just watching it, and Jesus takes them home. And so he goes there. But in John chapter 20, verse 15, Jesus, after he rises from the dead, he shows up and he appears to Mary. And so here in John chapter 20, verse 15, it says, Jesus said to her, "Woman, why are you weeping? Whom are you seeking?" She, supposing him to be the gardener, said to him, "Sir, if you have carried him away, tell me where you have laid him, and I will take him away." Jesus said to her, "Mary." She turned and said to him, "Rabboni," which is to say, teacher. In verse 17, John chapter 20, verse 17, it says, Jesus said to her, "Do not cling to me, for I have not yet ascended to my Father. But go to my brethren and say to them, I am ascending to my Father and your Father, and to my God and your God." So here, Jesus didn't let Mary touch him yet. But after Jesus ascended and then he came back, he basically instructed people to touch him. Remember doubting Thomas? He's like, Thomas. He's like, Thomas, come on, man. And so he tells Thomas, he's like, go ahead, touch. Go ahead and put your hand right here. Put your finger in here. Go ahead and touch this. And he was telling people to touch him. But here he tells Mary not to touch him. The reason is because Jesus needed to go to heaven with his blood to purify the things that were in heaven. He cleansed heaven. And so it's really fascinating seeing this kind of stuff. But here in John chapter 20, he doesn't allow Mary to touch him. But then after he ascends into heaven and he takes his blood and he purifies heaven with his blood, then he returns to earth and then he tells people to touch him. It's really interesting to see how it just, the order of operations there, but there is a specific reason. And the reason why he needed to purify heaven was because there was sin there. And it's because Satan sinned in heaven. In Ezekiel chapter 28, verse 18, it says, you defiled your sanctuaries. Those sanctuaries were in heaven. And so I think it's really, really fascinating just seeing all of this stuff and how it just plays out. Like we're given a story here, and this story, this Bible, this book, 66 different books, over 40 different authors, and it is all just telling us one big story. It is one story, and it's all knitted and woven together. It's unbelievable. It is just so fun just diving in here and seeing this stuff. It is super neat. But going back to Satan and talking a little bit more about Satan, it's very important for all of us to recognize that Satan is an absolute counterfeit. In perfect order, yeah. It is important to understand he is an absolute counterfeit. He is deceiving people. There's people in here. There's 260 people in here right now, which is awesome. And there's a lot of people who just want to hear about Satan. There's people who are lost in here who don't know how to know for sure they can get to heaven. And there's people in here who think that they're going to heaven who actually probably aren't going to heaven because they actually don't know. They're just under this deception. And so you need to understand that Satan transforms himself as an angel of light. He is going to try to change one word. If you understand how important it is for one word, think about that. One word, or one comma, or one period, or something to be changed. He's trying to do it, and he's trying to change it, which is why you look out into Christendom, which is just Christianity in the broad spectrum. Not all those who say they are Christians, by the way. And that's what I mean. There's a lot of people who label themselves as a Christian, and they are not. And that is terrifying because they are living under a false sense of security. They believe, it's the equivalent of going to bed at night and thinking that all of your doors and windows and garage doors are all locked and closed. And so Gillis. And so it's really interesting thinking about that, but you need to be sensitive to the idea that there's a lot of people who are living in a false sense of security. But we need to be very, very sensitive to how this is supposed to look. You need to understand that you are a sinner. You need to understand that for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. We need to understand that the wages of sin is death. That's big, heavy stuff right there. But the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. And so if you have put your faith in Jesus Christ, and it's a genuine situation between you and the Lord, then you are sealed with the Holy Spirit. Now, what that means is that the Holy Spirit is inside, but he's going to start working on you. And he's going to try to change you around, try to switch your life up. Be like, I need to get this out. I need to get this out and get this out. It's kind of like when Jesus went into the temple and he starts chasing people out. He's like, I need people to get out of this temple because they were defiling the temple. So Jesus purified the temple. Now that was a physical temple that he chased people out of, but when the Holy Spirit's within you, he's doing the same thing. He's like, this crap needs to get out. He's like, this over here, what are you doing with that? And because you are a new creation, he's trying to sanctify. This is part of that sanctification process. And so it's tough. And so if you're a born again believer, he's trying to work on you. The question is, are you going to allow him to? Because you have the power to grieve the Holy Spirit. You have the power to quench the Holy Spirit. And so don't do that. Don't do that, because that's not what you're called to do. You are here to be a light. And that is what your whole purpose is, right? You and I, if you're a born again believer, then you and I are on the same team. We are trying to do the same thing. We are working together as co-laborers in the field, and we get to work with him. It's absolutely unbelievable. It is unbelievable how we get to be co-laborers with him. Think about that for a second. That's in 1 Corinthians chapter 3. But what's equally awesome is in Revelation chapter 22, at the end, it says that the Spirit and the bride say, come. And all those who hear say, come. It is a free gift. It is literally to everybody. In Psalm chapter 19, let's go to Psalm chapter 19. I think it's just super neat to just recognize what is going on here. Go to Psalm chapter 19, verse 1. In Psalm chapter 19, verse 1, we need to recognize what this is actually saying. In Psalm chapter 19, verse 1, it says, the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament shows his handiwork. Day unto day utters speech, and night unto night reveals knowledge. There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. People often say, like, what about those people who, who don't have a Bible? What about those people who, there's people who say that God can't return until everybody hears about the gospel, right? I think it's a little bit different than how we actually view it. I don't think there's a requirement that everybody is required to hold a physical Bible in their hand. I think it's different. I think it's acknowledging the Creator. I think it's acknowledging and putting your faith and repenting and understanding, because there are people here, in the jungle, right? There's people that we don't have languages for, but we understand in Revelation chapter 14 that during the Great Tribulation, there's going to be an angel that comes out of heaven that preaches the everlasting gospel to people on the earth. And everybody on the earth is going to hear it. And they're going to hear it. But what's interesting about that everlasting gospel, what is told in Revelation chapter 14, is that the angel emphasizes the creation. He emphasizes the Creator. And so when you think about the Creator and you understand how much God delights in his role as the Creator, you understand that that's a pretty significant thing. Because here in Psalm chapter 19, we are told that the heavens declare the glory of God. We all are surrounded by the heavens, right? No matter where you are right now, you are under the heavens. And it says the heavens declare the glory of God. Then it goes on and it says, and the firmament shows his handiwork. So you and I are living in a bulletproof evidence. Thank you, Isaiah. What's up, man? We are living in an exhibit A, an exhibit B. Like if you were on trial and you were in the jury and people brought in evidence and they're like exhibit A, then exhibit B, and all this kind of stuff. We are walking in it. And so the whole world screams of a creator. And so it goes on in verse 2, Psalm 19, verse 2, it says, day unto day utters speech, and night unto night reveals knowledge. This is revealing. There are people who cannot deny it. In Romans chapter 1, we are told that everybody has no excuse. Thank you, Anita. There is nobody, and nobody has an excuse. There is zero excuse. And the reason is because of creation. That is the reason. That is the reason. And so when people get and stand before the Lord and they're like, oh, I didn't know, God's going to be like, you see this? This is the earth. Yeah, what do you, like, what? And so that's basically what that is saying. And so thank you, Sherry. In Psalm 19, verse 3, it says, there is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. It is so provocative thinking about what we have been given and what Satan has done with it. Because what Satan has done with it is he has twisted literally everything. That's why if you go to a public school nowadays, what they teach in science or biology or chemistry or whatever is evolution. That you are an accident, that this was a mistake, this didn't mean to happen, like what are the odds, like oh, evolution and Big Bang Theory and all this kind of stuff. Satan is trying to stop you from believing in a creator, and that is something that you need to be sensitive to. That's happening, but the creation, hey, thank you, Aaron, the creation is crying out. It is declaring the glory of God. It is just letting everybody know that there is a creator, and it's undeniable. And the fact that the crazy thing is that people are going to rebel against that. They're going to harden their heart. 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 And eventually, God is going to give them over. He's trying. He's constantly trying. He's trying. But after a while, he's like, okay. It's like, I'm going to give you over. I'm going to give you what you want. And that is, what they want is not actually what they want. It's just what they think they want, which is an absolute huge mistake. And so, going back to the study in Ezekiel, we're talking about the abodes of Satan. The first one seems to be, he seems to be a canopy over the throne of God. That was the first one. The second one, going back to what we talked about already, seems to be he was assigned to the Garden of Eden, which was the mineral garden, which is what we talked about before, which was the second one. Then he was cast out of there, and he had his third abode. Hey, thank you, Nanny and Manners. Thank you guys for those gifts. The third abode is the one where he is currently operating from right now, which is the atmospheric heavens. And we looked that up in Ephesians chapter 6, verse 12, because we see how he is operating in the heavenly places. And so while he's in the heavenly places, he still has access to heaven, which is where he goes and accuses the brethren. And he also has access to the earth. And we already looked up passages for that. So that's the third abode. The fourth abode is going to be in Revelation chapter 12. Let's go to Revelation chapter 12. And let's talk about the fourth abode. So the fourth abode is going to be earth. In Revelation chapter 12, verse 7. In Revelation chapter 12, verse 7, it says, and war broke out in heaven. Michael and his angels fought with the dragon, and the dragon and his angels fought. But they did not prevail, nor was a place found for them in heaven any longer. So the idea of any longer right there, thank you, Manders. The idea of there's no place found for them in heaven any longer is letting you and I know that he was allowed there, and he's still allowed there right now, but there's coming a time where it is not going to be allowed any longer. And so that time is going to take place at the 3.5 year mark, right at the Great Tribulation, right when the Great Tribulation begins. The reason why the Great Tribulation begins, in a sense, there's actually multiple things that actually take place. Like, for example, in Daniel 9:27, the covenant is going to be broken in the middle of the week, and that covenant is going to start the 3.5 year Great Tribulation. That is why in Matthew 24, obviously, Jesus says, when you see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, that's also the same time when the two witnesses die. All while all of that stuff is happening, up in heaven, Satan is in a war. He is absolutely in a huge war while all of that stuff on earth is taking place. So there's multiple scenes going on. So while this is happening on earth, this is happening up in heaven. And what's happening up in heaven is Satan is battling Michael and his angels. And that's when Michael picks Satan up and throws him out. And after Satan loses access to heaven, he is confined to the earth, because we are told very specifically that he was thrown to the earth. In verse 12, Revelation chapter 12, verse 12, it says, "Therefore rejoice, O heavens, and you who dwell in them. Woe to the inhabitants of the earth and sea. For the devil has come down to you, having great wrath, because he knows that he has a short time." Now, the short time that the devil has after he is cast out of heaven is 3.5 years exactly. Because at the end of the 3.5 years, he is going to be thrown into the bottomless pit. And so here, what you see is this is the fourth abode of Satan. So right now, like what we talked about before, Satan is currently operating in the atmospheric heavens. But sometime in the future, which is going to be at the Great Tribulation, Satan is going to get thrown out of heaven, and he's going to come down to the earth, and he is going to be confined onto the earth. And so you're seeing like the net kind of getting closer and closer and closer and closer and closer and closer, and then finally he's caught. And so that's the fourth abode. The fifth abode is exactly 3.5 years after the fourth abode, which is when he is caught. He is bound and he's locked up for 1,000 years, and that is what you see in Revelation chapter 20. In Revelation chapter 20, verse 1 through 6, you see Satan. In Revelation chapter 20, verse 2, it says, "He laid hold of the dragon, that serpent of old, who is the devil and Satan, and bound him for 1,000 years." So Satan was bound for 1,000, or is going to be bound for 1,000 years here in Revelation chapter 20. This happens at the end of the tribulation. And so since that happens at the end of the tribulation, that is his fifth abode, but there is still one more abode after that. And the abode that takes place after that is what you read about in Revelation chapter 20, verse 10. In Revelation chapter 20, verse 10, after Satan gets released after the 1,000 years, he goes to Gog and Magog, and he gathers all of the army, which is as the sand of the sea, and he surrounds the camp of the saints and the beloved city. And then after he surrounds them, fire comes out of heaven, and it devours all of the enemies, and that's what leads you to Revelation chapter 20, verse 10. Because in Revelation chapter 20, verse 10, it says, "The devil who deceived them was cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast and the false prophet are, and they will be tormented day and night forever and ever." And so there in Revelation chapter 20, verse 10 is where Satan's final dwelling place will be. So those are the 6 places of Satan. Those are the 6 dwelling places of Satan. It's almost like tracking somebody's career. You know, like if you know somebody who's had like 10 jobs and like lived in like 50 different states, you could like, you know, map out their entire life and be like, okay, when they lived in Nevada, they worked here. When they lived in Nebraska, they worked here. When they lived in Pennsylvania, and you're like going all over the place, and you're tracking their movements. That's basically what the Bible does for you and I in just in regards to Satan. It's the career of Satan. And so I think it's kind of cool to at least try to visualize it in that kind of way, because there is a beginning, there is a middle, and there is an end, and that is kind of like that was the hope of this study. So hopefully that makes sense to you guys. But that is, thank you, Certainty. Thank you so much. Yeah, if you guys are new here, we're just going through the Bible book by book, chapter by chapter. We're going to be diving into the book of Genesis. That's going to be the next book that we tackle. And, I all of these studies are uploaded to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up in my TikTok profile. If you guys haven't subscribed to me, I would encourage you to do that over there, because that way we could stay in touch just in case TikTok goes away. If TikTok goes away, then we'll still be doing this on YouTube, because I live stream on YouTube and TikTok at the same time. I'm just not doing it right now because YouTube didn't work for me tonight, unfortunately. But we're going to keep using TikTok as long as we can because it's an amazing tool to be able to reach a lot of people. There's a lot of people who love this app who just swipe and swipe and swipe and swipe and swipe. And, it's a great tool to tell people about Jesus. And so that's what I'm trying to do. And so I want you guys to understand these are all secondary issues. This is fun stuff to dive into. But the main thing is always going to be the main thing, and that is how to know for sure you can go to heaven. If you don't know how to know for sure you can go to heaven, then this stuff doesn't matter. You need to understand. And how do you understand? Well, reading the Bible is the best way to go about it, obviously. But in Romans chapter 3, Paul tells us that for all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. You need to understand that you can't do it yourself and that you have fallen short already, even if you've only sinned one time. And Paul tells us that all have sinned. So that's you and that's me as well. So that's bad news because we learn that you fall short and that you are a sinner. In Romans 6:23, he says, for the wages of sin is death. So now, not only have you fallen short and you're a sinner, but now you're under the death penalty. So that's a lot of bad news. But it goes on, for the wages of sin is death, but the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. So it's Christ. The focus is on Jesus. It's all about Jesus, 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 and what he did on the cross. And that's why Paul says in Ephesians chapter 2, verse 8 and 9, he says, it is for by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. And so that is what we need to recognize. It is our faith in what he did. You and your works are as filthy rags. After you put your faith in Jesus Christ, you become a new creation, and then your works are not filthy rags anymore. Then your works actually mean something. You were actually created for those works. That's Ephesians chapter 2, verse 10. And so if you are a born-again believer right now, I just wonder, are you doing those good works that were prepared for you to do? Because if I was your boss, if I was your manager and you came to work and I was like, hey, I want you to do this, 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 and this, and then I go away, and then you're just there and you're like, okay, I see what I got to do. I'm just going to do this one. You know what I mean? And so that's the idea. It's like we have been given stuff that we should be doing. And that's why in the Gospels, at least in the parable, it says he's talking about, the Minas. He says, do work, do business until I come, do work until I return. That's basically the idea. Keep working until I return. So we should be good stewards with what we've been given, because you've been given a lot. Our society basically, we look at ourselves and we think that we haven't been given much, but you have been given so much. I mean, even just going across the room and turning a light switch on, that used to be something that a king would have access to, because they would have servants, and the servants would be getting the firewood, they would be chopping the firewood, they'd be hauling the firewood up, they'd be throwing it in the fire, they'd be lighting the fire, they'd be boiling the water, heating up the water. They'd be preparing the food. You and I just throw something in the microwave. We just walk across a refrigerator. It's cold. You have a hot food if you want it. You got cold food if you want it. Like, all of these things are crazy. And we just think that we don't have anything. But you and I literally, it's like we're kings down here. We're living as kings. And that's what a picture of the Laodicean world, because we have need of nothing. But you do not know that you are wretched, naked, miserable, and blind. That's the idea that is attached to the Laodicean world. That is our society. We have it all. And so since we have it all, we have no need of a physician. And that's the world that we are living in right now. And so it's heartbreaking, but it's something that God knew was going to happen, which is why it's obviously in the Bible. And so we need to be sensitive to that. But that doesn't stop you from being a light, and it doesn't stop me from being a light. And so we need to keep on keeping on until we are home. And that's why Paul says, I have run the race. And you can just almost hear him just let out a sigh of relief. He's just like, oh, I have completed it. He's just like, he's like, this is it. And so it's good to have that perspective. So just remember, there's a lot of things that are easy to forget, but remember the Lord. Remember the Lord. Hey, thank you, Anita. Yeah, if you guys haven't followed me on YouTube, I would encourage you to follow me or subscribe on YouTube. We're also so entertained. Thank you, April. I appreciate that. Thank you, Bridget. Thank you so much. If you guys want to support this ministry, there's ways to do that. There's ways in my TikTok profile. There's a link tree there if you guys would like to support it. I always tell you guys that this whole ministry is basically ran off of you guys. And if you don't want to do that, then that's completely fine. It's never something that is required. I'm going to keep doing this regardless until the wheels fall off. But if you guys would pray for me, that is something that, I would love that. And so I know many of you guys are actually doing that. And so thank you for those who are. That is very appreciative. Is your wife here? She is here to stay. Hey, thank you, Certainty. Thank you so much. Yeah, I was praying for you, Certainty, with your kidney. I was praying for you. Hopefully everything is, if you're not in any too much pain. Can you try and fix YouTube for next time? Yeah, absolutely, legit. I wanted to do it tonight. I just didn't work for me. Yeah, my wife, she went to bed a while ago. I'm just down here all by myself. All by myself. Lonely. I am so oh man, I just can't. I'm so sorry. See, I would never do this if you guys were actually in front of me. I'd just be I could not. See, you're not actually here, so that's why I can do this. And so it's like you guys aren't even real right now. Like these are all bots. You guys are all bots. You're not even real. This is all just me talking to nobody out in the interwebs. This is all not happening. And so that's why I can just pretend, because in my mind you guys aren't real, and so that's why I'm able to talk as goofy as what I do right now. So I'm glad you guys are enjoy it. It's just my sense of humor. I'm all kind of weird. We're here, we're loving it. Thank you for what you do. Absolutely. We're here. We are here. Gee, thanks. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, girls, my kids are doing well. Thank you for asking, Elise. Yeah, they're doing better. They're so much better. We are all staring at you. Let it out. No, love it. That's awesome. We are here. Yeah, it's threadsthatpreach.com if you guys wanted to go check it out. You guys are definitely welcome to do that. Yeah, hey, Dina. Hello. Shirley, hello. We are real. I know you are real. Did the Vicks help? I think a little bit. It's actually kind of sad. I can hear my little one upstairs. She's got a little cough, but she's got asthma like me. Man, growing up with asthma, I was like, I can't even run. I don't even like running. I don't know. But yeah, it always messed with me. It was always exercise induced until I actually learned how to basically learn how to live with it. I can make faces and no one can see me. That's right. Are you feeling okay? Your eyes look tired most of tonight. Oh yeah, I'm tired. Our eyes are big and open looking at you. Okay. Don't you get hungry sitting so long? I absolutely do. There's a lot of times where I gotta pee. And tonight's not one of those nights, thankfully, which actually probably means I'm dehydrated, so I probably should work on that. Thank you for that, Mrs. Shelley. Thank you for that umbrella. We can give you a minute. No, I'm okay right now. No, I do. It's fine. It's fine. I try to, obviously eat beforehand. I try not to take breaks because I don't want, I understand people's attention span and whatnot. And so that's one of the reasons why I talk fast, because I want to make it engaging to try to hopefully captivate people in a sense, to try to make them want to hear. I could talk slower. Talking slower, it would be easier for people to, understand. And so there's sometimes when I talk slower, but most of the time I talk fast. You got me up past my bedtime, so you're engaging. Awesome. Go to bed, Brandon. What are you doing up? No, I'm totally kidding. You can stay up. I'm glad you're here. Hydrate break. I know, right? I do have a hi sheesh. How to get inspired to read the Bible every day. Just purchase the CSB. Yeah, man. I would Stop it, Ryan. I know Julie. Julie's like, go to the bathroom. Hi there from London, UK. Hello, Diamond Blue. Hello from the UK. Yeah, thank you, Sherry. Yeah, I don't need to use the bathroom or anything right now, so I'm solid. So I also don't eat much. I eat sometimes. I'm a snacker. I like snacking. Oh man, like chips and salsa. Like I will crush a bag of chips and salsa, and so that's my thing right there. And then I'll just like chug some water. Come to Georgia, we talk slow. We can teach you. Teach me how to do it. Do you fast? I've done it a handful of times, but it's been probably like three years since. Me too, chips and salsa. Woo! Eating. LOL. But yeah, no, I have my jug of water here. Do you think you might add long sleeve tees to your website, Sandy? you know, there's some things that I haven't even put up yet, and I need to do that because they're right there, and I don't even know. I don't even know what I'm doing. It's just funny. You guys would laugh, but it's a fun adventure. But there's no long sleeves yet. I know you are interested in long sleeves, which I think is kind of funny. There's not too many people who actually. Does anybody in here wear long sleeve t-shirts? Are they called t-shirts? Would that be classified as a t-shirt? Do people wear long sleeve t-shirts? Yes, all the time. Yes. What? Yes. What? Yes, I do. This is crazy. Bugs. Yes and yes. What is going on? There wasn't a single no. That is wild. That blows my mind. Okay, so you live in Florida. Okay, so that makes sense because you don't want to get burnt. So that makes complete sense. No. Okay, thank you. Yes, my favorite. No. I guess you need to get them. That's interesting. Yeah, my goodness. Holy smokes. I'm in Oregon. They're comfy and they look better. Interesting. I love them inside in the air conditioning. Yeah. I do want the sun. I get cold after teaching. Swimming. You teach swimming lessons? Oh, that's fun. I like terracotta orange is my color. Very cool. I wear year round. I own one. Man, that's wild. See, I'm just so out of touch, apparently. I don't know. That's funny. Now I'm going to have to look at, covers up tattoos. I see that. Okay, I actually have been waiting for this myself. Alabama here. Really? Fascinating. That is fascinating. Okay, Charlie B. Well, I'm in Arizona and always cold. The AC makes me freeze. Go outside, Sandy. I'm just kidding. Can you treat your shirts with bug spray? Oh gosh. What are you, living out in the woods? No, that's pretty cool. That's pretty fun. Yeah. Yeah, anybody who's good with graphic design who wants to design something, feel free to reach out. I think Manners, aren't you in graphic design? Dude, make something cool for me. And I'll check it out. That'd be kind of cool. I know Bridget's come up with some pretty cool ideas. I definitely like, seeing some options. Manners, hook a brother up. Do something cool. I have many talents. Okay, Shepherd. I believe you. Holy smokes, what did I just do? You got it. Even ChatGPT can generate. Dude, I know. That is actually one of the craziest things right now. I have a buddy who pays for the membership, and I think there's like different tiers that you can pay for. I don't think he does the top one, but he definitely pays for one where it creates images for him. Yeah. And It's really wild. You just type in a prompt, you hit enter, and then it gives you an image, and it's just like, that is crazy. Like, what life is this right now? We can pay and we can use it as a weapon for God's kingdom. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you can. There's some good to be used with this kind of stuff, and so it's a tool. A lot of people are just using a lot of things for, not that type of reason. I am Navajo. I've always have a jacket. Yeah. Well, guys, I'm gonna get out of here. Thank you guys so much for being here. If you haven't followed me on YouTube, you should go do that. I'm gonna upload this whole thing to YouTube. There's a YouTube link up here. And thank you, Bridget. Thank you so much. Have you ever thought about making holy slippers? Blocked. Thank you, Yogi. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for that. That is super kind. Thank you. Joke. That's hilarious. If you guys haven't followed me on YouTube, I would encourage you to do that just so we can stay in touch. And I upload all of these studies to YouTube. You know, it's kind of funny as we have all, you guys are, I think it's kind of cool because you and I need you to understand, you and I are learning together. Like, this is learning for me. Like, I am learning, and I learn as I talk it out loud. There's times when I'm talking and I'm like actually drawing connections, and I'm like, that's here, this here, this here, this here. I prep beforehand, which takes a long time. And so that's why I'm kind of like worried about the book of Genesis, because you can like take it as deep as you want to. And it's just like, how in depth are we actually going to go here? Because this could get really exhausting, which is fine, because it's all going to be good. And there's no rush to get through. And I need to keep reminding myself that, which is why I thought it was really kind of cool when we spent in Revelation chapter 20, you guys know we spent like 15 hours just on Revelation chapter 20. And so it's kind of, it's important for me to remember that, because there is, I'm like, oh, we got to do this. Oh man, we haven't done this. Oh, we got to do this. And I'm like, well, there's no rush. And so I need to remember that too. And there's no set amount of time, I don't know. It's just, so yeah, there's things, but anyways, what I was saying is that, I'm learning with you guys. And so I want you guys to always remember that. Like, I am like, don't look at me as if I know everything. Like, I don't, like, I'm never going to. I'm on a journey with you. We're walking together here, and it's kind of fun just to talk about it. And it's really cool when you start seeing things, and when you see things, you get lit up about it. But when you see things, it's also interesting, because then you'll learn it, and then you'll forget it, and then you get to learn it again. And then it's just like, it's just super cool. And it's kind of fun. And I really am. I was kind of pumped when I started. So I'm already, like I told you guys before at the beginning of this study, I was like, I'm already starting to dive into Genesis, obviously, like reading, watching, listening, reading. And it's just a lot, because, I haven't taught, I'm not, you guys know, I'm not like, I haven't done this before. This whole Bible study is brand new. Like, it's not like I can just open up the Bible and go to any kind of place and just start talking about it. I can't do that unless it's some place I've already been before. And so Genesis, even though I've already read it, doesn't mean I can teach it. There's a lot of things that are there. And so that's why I'm just like, this is a lot. And so it's challenging. And so it's very dynamic at the same time. And so there's a lot of conversations to be had, especially like what we talked about today already, with just the idea of Genesis chapter 1, verse 1 and 1 verse 2. There's a lot of stuff there. And so it's fresh. It's new territory for me. Even though I have understanding of things, it doesn't mean I can understand all of the things there. And there's already some things there that I'm already stuck on. And I'm just like, how does this make sense? And there's times, like I told you guys this before, I will just be sitting there. I will literally just be sitting there, not reading, not listening, not watching, nothing, just in straight silence, where I'm just like, I'm staring out into space, and my mind is just trying to like make things make sense with what I know. And so then when I work it, like I'm working it. I'm like, okay, how does this, what's this, how's the, and so it's kind of cool to do that, because like my mind is being worked. It's being stretched, and it's really cool because then when you start to see words, have you guys been studying or reading? And, like, let me know if this has happened to you, but like, has a word that we've talked about or something that you've picked up on here, has an idea or a word happened or surfaced in your own reading when you connected it with something else? Because that's really cool. Like when you see a concept and you understand that is over here, or when you see this over here and you understand that's here, or when you're just casually reading the Bible just in your daily devotion or whatever, and then you see a word and it just like triggers a thought. If that's happened, and I'm sure it probably has, then that's the stuff right there. That is the stuff. Yes, April, yes. That's when you know you're getting somewhere. When you can just start reading, you see something, and when you see it, you're like, that word, even just a word, one single word, and you start connecting it over here and over here. Dude, Manners, thank you so much for subscribing, man. That is super awesome. Thank you so much. That is super kind. Thank you. Yeah, Judy, right? That is what it's all about. When you start to get to that level, then you're just going to get more lit up. I am telling you, when you start to make those connections by yourself, you're just casually reading. When you start making those connections, you just get excited because then you start to see it. When you start to see it, then you appreciate it for yourself. Because I can tell you something and I get excited for me because I'm like, this is awesome. But I can't make you get excited. You get excited when you see it. And when you see it and you draw the connection for yourself, then all of a sudden you're like, oh, what? And then you just get pumped up and you're like, what else is in here? And then you just start reading and then you're just like, oh, okay, what's this word mean? And then you just start diving in. You're like, I have no idea what that word means. Let's look it up. And then you start looking it up and it's super fun and it's super cool. And that is when you start, yeah, and writing. What's up, Aaliyah? Hello. It is late for me. Absolutely it is. Thank you for that. I didn't see who sent that. I can't. Thank you for whoever sent the gift. Manners, thank you so much. Oh, where is it? Illa H. Hey, thank you for that gift. And Manners, thank you so much for that gift. That is very kind. Okay. Where are you from? I'm from Ohio. You've been going all day. I know, man. It's crazy. I'm going to go crack my back. I'm telling you what, I'm really going to have to work. My buddy, he's got some kids in high school, basketball. And so they always show up and I sit on those hard bleachers, that the high school has. And they always show up with these memory foam, little pillow things that they carry. And I'm like, man, you guys are professional parents. I'm just showing up and I just sit on this piece of plastic like the rest of these peasants. So it's fine. Yeah, so I'll get around to it, I'm sure. Okay, well, I'm out of here, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I don't know. I'm going to try to plan on the next live on being on Tuesday morning, and maybe then we can dive into the book of Genesis, unless we do something different, because there's always an option that we do a different topic that might help set the scene for the study of Genesis. Yeah, Brandon, absolutely. And we'll see if that happens or not. If that happens, then we'll tackle that before. But we'll only do it if it will help our understanding for Genesis. And I feel like this study is going to help the study of Genesis, which is why we did that. Love the morning idea. We typically go live around 9:30 in the morning, and I'll put out a little TikTok story. Just try to I try to do that 24 hours in advance, and that way you can plan on being there if you would like to be. But I try to give you a little idea, a little heads up. Yeah, praise for Israel. Absolutely. Yeah, thank you, Dina. Thank you so much. Love from Australia. Hey, thank you so much. Um, so, do you think Calvinism is biblically supported? I am not a Calvinist. I do not subscribe to the Calvinistic idea. You know, the whole tulip idea doesn't really make too much sense to me. So, this whole idea of election, it seems to have conflicting kind of love from Nigeria. Hey, very cool, Diamond Princess. But yeah, no, we could talk about that. We've actually talked a lot about that in Ephesians chapter 1, Ephesians chapter 2, 2 Peter chapter 2, 1 Peter chapter 1. I mean, you can go all over the place with different verses to kind of refute the idea of election, in a sense. It doesn't really make sense to me. It's according to the foreknowledge of God. It's absolutely a non-essential, 100%, 100%. Yeah, I was just giving you the knee-jerk reaction, and so I know you can only type like 10 words, so I it's always hard to get your actual idea of a question across. So I don't know. If you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out to me here on TikTok. My messages are always open. If you have any questions or doubts about anything or anything whatsoever, like I'm always here, and I always respond. Like I always do that. Like and if I don't, then something is terribly wrong. So I try to help out as much as I possibly can, and so that's part of equipping the saints. Like when you think about that, like helping people be stand their own ground and stuff like that. I think that's huge. I think that is such a vital thing. So that's kind of a hope of this right here. So trust me, he does respond. I'm a witness. Mark, thank you so much for moderating, and Amber, if you're still here, Bridget, if you're still here, and Leah, if you're still here, yeah, absolutely, Beloff, go for it. You guys take care, and hopefully, Lord willing, I will see you on Tuesday morning if I can get it all in order in my mind. Yes, he does respond. Thank you, Lydia. All right, Jake Dog, you guys be safe, take care, and I will see you hopefully on Tuesday. See you guys.